my statement, you'll have to shut down your work by the end of the year. So understand this is very important for you. Second, AI in advertising. Now, this is something I am trying to learn and put my brains onto right now. I've been sitting with my team and figuring out multiple tools to understand how can I change one video into multiple languages, one ad into multiple languages, so that I can cater the same thing to different markets without putting a very high effort. So AI in advertising is not just going to be for creation of content, but it's also going to be about the management of the energy, not the energy, but the management of numbers, understanding what's working, what's not working. So a lot of AI-based tools is something that you may want to master in the coming year. The next is AI-based agencies. If agencies are not going to create AI-based content, the client's going to say, hey, what's new? You guys are not doing what my competitors are doing, because all of these competitors are going to adapt to AI. So please understand, at every single level, you need to really bring in AI-based energy and AI-based systems inside your agencies out there. Fourth, AI dominance in video marketing and voice. We have been seeing deep fake videos. That was too scary this year. How many of you here felt that? You found that was very scary to see deep fake videos. In fact, Narendra Modi made a statement saying that, everything you guys are making me do garba and all of that. And it looked very scary, right? How many of you here felt that? But you have to understand this, that there are two dimensions of every coin. One is the positive, the other is the negative. And most of us who are going to do the best things for businesses out there is going to look at positive, and the positive is, imagine AI in creation of video and voice. It's going to be the game changer. So please, if you have a design team, if you're a designer right now, or if you're going to work with designers, please ask them to master AI-based tools. 2023, I made all my team members in design master AI tools. I said, if you're going to not master this, you're not going to be upgraded, and it's going to be a biggest drawback for all of you. Next, performance marketing is a must skill to master. I've been telling this 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and I'll keep telling this again and again. Please don't just keep doing organic shit, wrong word, organic stuff, but also try to look at inorganic ways to promote your content, which is to paid method. Last, content marketing is largely going to be humane. Now, what does that mean? Instagram, okay? And if it's just a lot of us here, how many of you here are so much into perfectionism, trying to get the best design, best video, and then you don't post the content because you've not got the best thing? Just say I in the chat right now. Fantastic. Okay, a lot of you there, right? Now, let me tell you one important thing here. So the biggest factor here is that a lot of us have to understand, the more humane our brands are, right? The more you bring in like, for example, this year, we saw one lady who just said, so beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. And people are queuing up on her store. Yes or no? She went viral. Why? Because she was being authentic and she was being humane. How many of you here know that story? There is a guy in Tamil Nadu, one young guy. I made a case study on that guy. That guy is just like 14-year-old, and he's making videos in Tamil and talking about the furniture showroom and what all he has. And he says, I'm helping my parents, and he's got 250K followers on Instagram. Now you see, these people are not really going ahead and doing some extraordinary marketing. They are just humanizing the brand. They are just speaking from their heart out and talking to their consumers. Consumers want someone who can understand them and who can emote the emotions that they're feeling right now. How many of you here get that point? Just say I in the chat right now. Bring that energy on, all of you. Love this. Love this room. It's just buzzing. And I see that there's future of digital marketing. Future of digital marketing is shining with that energy in the chat right now. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Next, while I say this, consider make high quality reels for the future. Because if you're trying to compete for yourself in the market, while you're being authentic self, one of the biggest differentiators here would be you're very serious about what you're doing. So ensure that you bring in the high quality video content with time. While you try to humanize, you need to also focus on the quality. And last but not the least, 2024 is the year of live sales. I repeat, 2024 is the year of live sales, which basically means the more and more you go live and sell, it will sell better for you. For most of the brands that I work with, we are trying to adapt to see how we can do live sales for them. Many businesses today, many companies like Amazon and Myntra are hiring influencers not to post content, but to go live and during live sell the products because that gets them the maximum sale. So the dimensions of working with influencers will change by involving them doing live things. And how many of you here believe in the power of live? Just say live in the chat. If you don't believe in the power of live, I'm sitting here live, you are watching me live, and that's the relationship of live, right? So you have to understand that's the dominance and the power of live, and we just can't let it go. Yes, beautiful. Thank you. So before I hand over to Rishi, before I invite my next speaker, I would like to quickly show you the vision and the mission of Digital Scholar. I'm going to play a video right now, and I'm also going to share a link with all of you. And this is the link. First, I'm going to play this video. So let me just go ahead. And Rishi is just going to share that video for you guys now. I'm also going to share a link with all of you in the chat. And this link is an exclusive invitation for you. So I went ahead, I just copied that particular paragraph where I could read myself because I know these are my words.
Practice what you learn and learn regularly from practitioners. This is the mantra of Digital Scholar. With the sole purpose of shaping young minds into world-class digital marketers, we bring the latest and the best of what the online world has to offer, immersing the bright talents of today in a culture that lets them learn, experience, network, experiment, grow, and earn. Not just that, the Digital Scholars get a chance to work with some of the biggest brands of the country while they learn. Scaling up to new heights, we are on a mission to ignite a revolution in online education, empowering learners worldwide to chase their dreams, conquer challenges, and soar to unparalleled success. Our hunger has just gotten bigger, our audience has gotten wider, and now we are ready to bring forth a digital revolution, igniting the spark of cutting-edge innovation, unleashing the spirit of limitless creativity, expanding the horizons of endless possibilities, pushing our vision to a global phenomenon. We are all set to educate, engage, empower the world towards digital supremacy. We are digital scholars and we are awesome. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Okay, so let's begin the show today and welcome to Digital Scholar again, everybody. So, for the first speaker, we have Shreya Chabra, who is a senior account manager at Google and someone who's traded her life she's got into marketing and traded for coding. She was a coder before. She's your person to understand technology and marketing together, and she's going to be sharing her top 10 business trends for 2024. It's coming directly from somebody who's at Google. So you're going to look at the vision and going to see how it's going to work out. So let's welcome Shreya and let's just type hi Shreya in the chat. Give a lot of energy and let's welcome her to the screen.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to enable my video here. So
I'm
if you
just
could
going to
tell
help you,
me.
Shreya. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna make you the co-host, and over to you. I think this should be perfect. All right. Until then, let's see some energy in the chat. Let's welcome Shreya. There are 2,000 of you right now live. Let's show her a big warm welcome here. Over to you, Shreya.
Oh, that's a big crowd that you're looking at. Hi everyone, very excited to meet all of you, and I would love to discuss the digital marketing trends for 2024. And what I would do is I would quickly share my screen so my presentation is visible to all of you. Give me a thumbs up if you're able to see my screen. Perfect. Thank you so much. So let's talk about 2024, right? So 2024 isn't just another year. It's a year where the advertising landscape is being reforged. Third party cookies are dissolving, AI is coming, and growth expectations are blazing hot. But fear not, this talk is your recipe for navigating the ad quick and turning it into a gold mine of opportunity. So let's talk about what is trend number one that we are looking at. First one that we are talking about is deprecation of first party cookies. What does that mean? So right now, I think what we spoke about a lot about was consumers. So while consumers are craving personalization, but they're also demanding a lot of control over their data. The cookie jar is shattering, and as you know, Chrome is deprecating cookies very soon. So this is a time when we need to do a very deep dive into privacy sandbox APIs, craft personalized experiences with first party data and contextual targeting. So it's and right now, as I say to everybody, trust is the new currency. In this data driven world, trust is your most valuable asset. Be very transparent about data practices, prioritize user consent, and actually build genuine relationships with your audience. As was being mentioned earlier as well, what is very important right now is the fact that we can't do remarketing without cookies. So at this point in time, what are some of the things that you can actually do to ensure that, given the fact that you're not able to do remarketing, how do you still capture that, right? The first and foremost is look at the privacy sandbox. Second is do take user consent. And third, if you're putting out very good engaging content, you would have a great first party list, and you would end up utilizing that as well. So for marketeers, please, whatever clients that you're working for or whatever clients that you're working with, please ensure that you take user privacy as the foremost thing that you look out for in 2024. And in fact, what we know is that 50% of the CMOs are saying that they're not ready for a cookie-less future. But now, as an action item, I would definitely urge all of you to invest in privacy first solutions today. Coming on to the next trend, which is in vogue, and you would have heard a lot of people talking about AI right now. But it's very important to understand that AI in itself is a very uh, huge term, right? It's something that we hear very often, but we don't know what it actually means. And the context of AI ends up being very different to different industries. Say, for example, when it comes to uh, say something like a manufacturing industry, robotics might be a form of AI. Then, if you're looking at digital marketing, looking at automation of campaign creation or automation of creative creation can be something that you're looking at. Or just very simply put, even if you're doing something like using machine learning for building algorithms to bid for different keywords, that's also the use of AI. So while AI is a very big generic term, what is important to do is how do you reframe AI for your specific use cases and for your specific industries, right? So if you look at it, what we are there is a group M estimate that 90% of the digital campaigns will be influenced by AI in 2027. Forget getting ready, AI is already here and it is shaping every aspect of marketing. 90% of digital ad campaigns will be AI powered by 2027. And are you ready to drive the wave? How many of you have already been leveraging AI for your campaigns? Can I get a quick raise of hands or just an eye in the chat box? How many of you have been using, say, a chat GPT or a Bard to make creatives for your ads? Yeah, I can see the Banjan here. Yeah, yeah. And it's going to stay. So what is important right now is to master the AI essentials. Data, measurement, and automation are your AI training grounds. So own your skills in these areas, and you'll have the foundation to unlock AI's true potential. Now, the point is that right now, when we're looking at the digital marketing ecosystem, we look at the fact that as advertisers or as digital marketers, we want a lot of control on the way that we end up running the campaigns, right? From controlling the bids to the budgets to the audiences to the way we show creatives, everything that we want has to be in our control. But we do know for a fact that by 2027, 90% of your digital marketing campaigns are anyways going to be influenced by AI. So it's extremely important to understand that AI is your friend. And the sooner we understand it, the better it is for all of us. Because you cannot fight it. You just need to understand how to use it better, understand have grab a little bit of basic understanding of machine learning as well, because if you have the basics of machine learning right, you will understand the way that algorithm is going to use your data to ensure that you get the right result. So let me give you an example, right? And it's a very practical example. Say, for example, if you are using Google's automated bid strategy, as some, I think, as Abhijit is also mentioning in the chat below, the point is that there might be certain days when your strategy is not working. Then what do? You end up either making a lot of changes, and then again you say that the next day the campaign isn't picking up. The right way out is ensuring that you give it time, and whatever changes that a machine learning algorithm can understand are incremental, so keep that in mind. And the last thing that you need to do is give it as many positive uh, first party data as possible, right? Because then it's going to be able to learn as quickly as possible, right? So this is the second digital marketing trend, and my advice to all my fellow marketers is please upskill on AI and make it your friend. Let's go to the third one. And honestly, this is the basis and foundation for any business in India right now. In fact, 45% of the marketers say that driving ROI is the top priority for them. I'm sure a lot of you in the room would have heard the fact that marketing has always been a cost center, which essentially means that which essentially means that marketing traditionally has been associated with bleeding money. But that is not the case because we are all digital marketeers here in the room. So you can actually measure ROI, which essentially means that at the end of the day, if I'm putting in X, how much am I getting for that X? Right? And that's not something that traditional companies or say people from the finance vertical in a company or in an organization do understand, right? So as a marketing community, what is very important for all of us is to realize that we need to align different stakeholders within an organization, especially finance, to understand different marketing KPIs, and for as a marketeer for you to understand what is the ROI calculation at the end of the day. It might sound like a very it might sound like a very difficult thing to do, but believe me, when you crack that code where you understand, okay, this is where I'm generating revenue from, these are my costs, and then you obviously subtract those and you get your profit, you will understand where you need to optimize, right? And at the same time, you will be able to convince your team from finance, your anybody who's heading the organization, how marketing is actually adding value to their business. So step one is to very which is very important, is to align on the KPIs, understand costs, understand revenue streams, and even if you're consulting with different businesses, go do a little bit of reading up on something like an investopedia to understand the business models. Understanding business model of any organization is going to be very important. Now on that note, in fact, when we're looking at 2024, it's actually growth in the age of uncertainty. There are going to be tight budgets. 2024 demands measurable growth. Every marketing rupee needs to be a growth catalyst. So you have to collaborate with finance to demonstrate the ROI of your campaigns, not just the cost. Then the second thing is shift the narrative. You need to quantify the impact of marketing on KPIs like customer lifetime value and revenue. And you need to show how your campaigns drive the business forward. And the last, and honestly, this is the most important one, and this is actually irrespective of the fact where or what you do, it's to become a data driven storyteller, which essentially means that data is your raw material, but stories are actually what captivate hearts and minds, right? So weave data insights into compelling narratives that resonate with your audience, go beyond numbers, and actually tap into human emotions. So that is the way that you'll be able to convince your audience, you'll be able to convince your stakeholders, and you will be able to show magic with the numbers that digital marketing ends up giving you, right? So to sum up, it is very important for us to thrive in the new marketing landscape. The marketing landscape is evolving, so be constantly learning and adapt to new technologies and trends, and embrace continuous learning as your survival strategy. Second part is know your audience, not just the demographics. Go beyond age and income. Use data and AI to understand your audience's motivations, aspirations, and pain points so that you can craft personalized experiences that actually feel like a conversation, not just a one size fits all broadcast. And honestly, in a world of algorithms, human connection is your differentiator. Inject your brand with personality, purpose, and a sense of shared values. Be the voice that resonates with hearts and minds, and not just clicks and shares. So, at the end of the day, so embrace the change, unlock the power of AI, and forge a path to grow in the age of the ad quick. And if you have any questions about the digital marketing trends of 24 or anything related to digital marketing, I would be really happy to take those right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shreya, for sharing your insights. So I'm gonna start taking up some questions from people in the room. So if you guys have any questions, let's pick one or two question before we invite our next trainer. So we have about 4 minutes before our next speaker comes in. Um. All right. So let's see what are the questions here. Okay, that's a good question, Shreya. Amar is asking: is traditional marketing doesn't have a place in future?
Hmm. Honestly, that's a very interesting question. And my answer to that is traditional marketing is also here, is also here to stay. But what we need to understand that traditional marketing and digital marketing will have to coexist together for brands to get good results. What do I actually mean by that? Let me give you an example. Let's consider an FMCG, because FMCG uses TV as a platform for the longest time, right? And honestly, TV produces, reaches out to the masses, gives amazing results, but you cannot quantify the impact. And that is why it is important that you layer that with digital marketing, because then you will be able to see the impact and show numbers. Also, is the fact that when you're looking at, say, a TV or a print for that matter, those mediums actually cater to older audiences, not the Gen Zs and the millennials that we are looking forward to. And especially if you look at the new age brands which are coming up, be it like a Mama Earth or even a Plum Goodness, whatever new brands that are coming up, they are digital first. But if you look at them now, they're actually going traditional and are opening even their offline stores. So for so it actually depends what kind of organization you are. And at the end of the day, traditional marketing will stay, and that will go hand in hand along with digital marketing.
Awesome. And what are the new things Google is bringing in 2024 with respect to AI, or what is it that really working well for Google when it comes to AI?
Oh, and I think that's another interesting question,
Yeah, you
because I think there are
stop
going to
sharing
be, sorry.
your screen so that it's easy for people to see you talking.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic.
Right. So I think what are some of the interesting trends that are going to come in are going to be around the privacy framework. Second is going to be, as you must have heard a lot now, is the Gemini launch, and the way that marketers can actually end up using Bard and generative AI to look at doing content creation. Because as you know, Gemini is multimodal, which means that it does not only look at text, but it also looks at video, audio, and works across all of those. So as you see the new versions coming in, you can actually make videos, you can make audio creatives, etc. So that will automate a lot of job for you. The next thing that you can also see coming is the fact that with the cookie deprecation which is happening, Google is going to heavily rely on first party data, right? So that is why as marketers it's very very important to understand the KP. When I'm sorry, I saw a question called for what is a KPI. A KPI is a key performance indicator, which essentially means that for, I'll give you an example. So, for example, I am a real estate client. My job would my KPI or my key performance indicator would be to generate leads, for example, right? So understand the objectives of understanding the objectives of every organization, and understanding how what revenue stream and how do they make money is going to be very important, and
Right.
integrating that knowledge back with whichever ad platform that you want is going to be the next step when it comes to digital marketing.
Wow. Shreya, I have a very important question. A lot of people who are going to master Google Ads, they're trying to build their career in Google advertisements. So what is your biggest, suggestion to them? What are those three things that you think they should definitely master when it comes to Google advertisements?
So I think it's a good question, because I think before mastering any ad platform, it's important to master marketing.
Right.
Understand what actually marketing is. One, know your audience. Get into your customers' shoes. Think, where will they buy? Think, how are they thinking? Think what they are searching for. Once you know that, think where they are present. What are the different places that they are going to? What are the different places they are researching on, right? The third one is communication. what sort of communication strategy would work for them. So to put it simply, even see, an ad platform or learning something about an ad platform is the secondary thing. Getting the gist of understanding of business models and understanding marketing per se is the core principle, and then you will be able to adapt that principle to any ad platform that you go to. So that's my giveaway for
Super.
the.
Share some really, really cool insights. So, all of you there, I'm going to share Shreya's LinkedIn with all of you in the chat. You can go ahead and follow Shreya right away, connect with her, and you can ask her more questions because we're running short of time. I really value your time today, Shreya. It was some really insightful thing. And I'm sure there's a lot of takeaways for all the participants out here. Thank you for being here. It's an honor to host you at Digital Scholar today for the Digital Marketing Day.
Thank you,
All
thanks
right.
everyone, thank you for your
Yes.
time. Bye.
Just gonna share Shreya's link right now in the chat and you can follow her right there. All right. Before I introduce you to the next particular speaker of the day, I just want to know from each one of you, what's that one word, your biggest takeaway from today's session? Put that in the chat right now. What's that one word, your biggest takeaway from today's session? Knowledge, AI, awareness. Fantastic. I could see transparency. All right. So let me introduce you to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Abhinay Basan, the brain behind product marketing and profit wheel. He's not your regular suit and tie guy in 2018. Asia sent him as its best to the new talent data IQ awards in the UK. Then Forbes tagged him as a data-driven ad man in 2019. Abhinay doesn't just market products, he makes data sing and dance. So let's welcome Abhinay. Meanwhile, I'm also sharing with you guys the link right now to follow Shreya so you can connect with her right there. So, Abhinay, it's my honor to have you here. And over to you. Take the lead and rock it up.
Awesome. Thanks, Saurav. It's good to be back again. And thank you all who've joined to make the time. I think I've been given a very interesting topic today. Saurav, should I go ahead and begin?
Yes,
Take the
please
lead.
go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So I'll be sharing my screen. Just give me a shout out when you guys can see it. Think should be visible. Yeah. Let me know when you guys can see it. Okay, awesome. Cool. So I think the topic that we're going to discuss today is the future of work and collaborating with AI. I think from the previous section, a lot of people actually asked questions around the fact that there's an inundation of tools, there's generative AI, and there are just so many buzzwords. So I thought I'll take a step back and actually walk through a journey of a little bit about how technology and human beings actually interplay. And that's what I thought I'd cover during our session today. Before I begin, I know Saurav's done a quick introduction, and I'll try to keep the time given that we're running a little behind. But very quickly, I've been building a career in building product. In fact, I co-founded one of the first data sciences teams in advertising in India when I worked for this company called Dentsu. About a year and a half did it during COVID. I joined the founding team of Profit Wheel, which is a consumer intelligence startup, more to help brands understand their audiences. And we use machine learning, artificial intelligence to bring brands closer to their audiences and help them understand better who to market to. So I think it's a no-brainer. All of us are on call and do understand the importance of AI and machine learning, but it is one of the key drivers of the fourth industrial revolution, according to the World Economic Forum. I thought before diving deeper, let me take a walk down memory lane and talk about my first interaction with AI. And it actually began with this cartoon called Jetsons. And I'm not sure if many of you on call are actually familiar with it, but it was a cartoon that came in 1962 and something that resonated well with me. More so because I thought that it spoke of things that were way ahead of its time. So by the time I saw it and when I was growing up, was 98. And what I really was fascinated about was that the lead character, George Jetson, he comes and talks to people through video phones. He had a robot as an assistant at that time. Her name was Rosie, and a lot of people used to communicate with cars that were actually driving in the sky, and digital watches, I think, were the means of communication and commute. And while we were watching that cartoon, a lot of it actually seemed way ahead of its time when it came out. But fast forward to today, I think what seemed unimaginable at that time is actually a reality today, right? So a lot of us have connected virtually, more than 2000 of us. Video phones are now in all our pockets. We have robots as assistants that are being tested by companies all around. There are digital watches that do everything from checking your health, checking your fitness, giving you phone notifications, and a lot of that, right? So the way I see that our relationship has evolved, or rather, what my did is more of that as being friends with technology. But what Hollywood has really shown us is that there's always this battle between human and machine. Terminator showed us that in the Rise of Machines, the Age of Ultron, and I'm a huge superhero fan, and that is something that came up in that movie as well. And there have been many to actually talk about that. A quick Google search on this, actually, and especially in the context of our industry, uh, reveals about 105,000 results that talk about, will AI lead to the end of marketing jobs? And in fact, there have been several studies that actually talk about how AI is replacing about 7.5% of jobs in advertising. So I think what that's really created is this entire frenzy that tech is out there to automate our jobs and take off some of what we do. So I think the question that people normally ask is, do we think AI is actually a force for good? And one of the themes rather, that all of academia and industrialists actually grapple with is this entire question that I actually just asked, right? And it's actually very divided. It's not a straightforward answer. So on the one hand, you have people like Zuckerberg that actually argue, saying that people who make a case against AI is almost saying that you're going against safer cars, you're going against diagnosing diseases a lot quicker, and so on and so forth. And then on the other hand, you have guys like Musk who actually talk about it being as an existential threat, a heavy need for regulation, and discourses such as those. But if I actually take a step back into time, and this was a photo from 100 years into Industrial Revolution, there were still these debates going on where people actually, they called it the Luddite fallacy at that time, but people actually revolting against mechanized means of production, saying that it's just going to keep a lot of them redundant. But what we see as outcomes of the Industrial Revolution was that life expectancy has been at an all-time high. Um, Productivity has actually been at an all-time high. You can see that GDP of countries that were early to adopt Industrial Revolution actually did a lot more. And guess what? I think human beings being adaptable actually started doing a lot more with that mechanized production, and actually adapted to new skills that came about. So one of the things that actually come up is that collaboration with technology actually yields positive benefits. But let's come back now to what we're discussing today. And I was reading one of these reports by McKinsey, and what it actually spoke about was that less than 5% of jobs have tasks that are 100% automatable. But that same study actually revealed that 60% of jobs have activities where more than a third of them can be transformed forever through mechanized or automated means. So, what does that really mean? It means that in some sense, our jobs are actually safe. But the way we perform our tasks is actually going to change a lot. And we're seeing a lot of that in advertising, be it content creation, be it ad targeting. And I'll go into some of those use cases. But basically, we're already today seeing the impact of a lot of this tech. So summarizing so far, AI is not necessarily good or evil. Automation is spreading at a crazy pace. Technology will augment human effort, and collaboration with AI is something that is going to drive us forward. Now, talking about a recent Dell report, they actually said that 85% of the jobs in 2030 haven't even been invented yet, and we're 7 years out from that timeline. And we're seeing a lot of these changes around us, especially with devices like the Oculus and companies going into the metaverse and so on and so forth. So we're seeing that there are going to be different ways of engaging with audiences, different ways for us also to interact with machines, and a lot of that is actually still in the unknown. So what does this really tell you is that there's not going to be a shortage of jobs per se, but there's going to be a shortage of the skills that are actually required to perform those jobs. Now, when you talk about what marketers actually face, and something that the digital marketing industry has been grappling with for some time, is firstly this use of AI in marketing. And one of the things that we're seeing is that, like I said, it's surged completely. You have a lot more AI generated content, AI generated tasks actually emerging. And there are also traditional functions in digital marketing that AI can replace. For example, data analysis is completely automated today by either your self-serve tools like your Tableau or any of those, where they're not just visualizing that data for you in quick graphs and charts, but is actually giving you an interpretable result per se. And a lot of that is being seen now in SEO and ad targeting, so much so that even dynamic ad creatives, which ad to serve whom, is also in many ways impacted by machine learning and artificial intelligence. And there's this Lumascape and Martech landscape that actually comes out every year, and they decided to do it also for AI companies. There are more than 8,000 companies trying to solve different use cases in marketing alone. And it's just crazy at the pace at which there are the amount of startups that are actually coming up in the space of consumer intelligence, in the space of marketing on automation. So there's just like a lot that's actually happening out there. And seeing all of this as a person, maybe a little out in in their career, or starting up their career, or whatever stage you may be in, it's actually very easy to get overwhelmed, right? Because there's going to be one tool for everything. There are way too many challenges to sort of go after. So I think there's just like an inundation of technology and information that actually keeps a lot of people caught up. But the way I actually see it is that it's an opportunity, and I am what you call an AI optimist, where I'm all for collaboration with technology. And I think one of the fundamental things that keep us innately human, and the fact that you're going to require a human being to collaborate with AI, is the rising trend of this skill set called prompt engineering. So talking about skills that I think are going to be essential to collaborate with machines. The fundamental and most important of them is prompt engineering, and it's a trend that's actually been rising for the last couple of years now. And what essentially is prompt engineering? So it's basically giving more context to the machine so that it then performs its function or gives you an output that is more meaningful and gives you a lot more a better result. And why that's really essential is because initially when chat gpt actually came out into everyone's hands, everyone would just do something called one shot learning. They'll actually just type in something, and then they'll sort of expect an output. And then initially it was really good, but now a lot of people are feeling that it's becoming lazier or repetitive. Content engines are flagging them as AI generated and stuff. But I think what was required and what is missing is using this technology for specialized use cases. Now we're seeing this happen in medical tech. We're seeing this happen in consulting. We're seeing this across industry. And why that is really important is because you need to give the machine context for it to understand where you're coming from, because that's something that machines aren't really that equipped to do. And then as you have a conversation with it, it'll give you a much better output. And that, I think, is one of the most rising skill sets in the industry. The second are what are the other skills that I think are good to develop. One is, of course, be adaptable, pay attention to changes in technology, pay attention to new tools that come out, and be adaptable in your skill set. The second is devise a broader outlook and have a constant quest for knowledge. And why that is goes hand in hand and is absolutely essential is because you need to constantly be ahead in terms of understanding different tools and how you're going to implement them for your use case. And most importantly, to also be a team player in the sense that you're going to require collaboration with people that we currently do and now machines and technology. So I think that these are skill sets that are going to take you forward in terms of building your career in an AI driven world. And when I was also looking at the Finnish system of education, which happens to be one of the best, they actually add three more skill sets. One is critical thinking, the next is communication and creativity. So all tools that are required for you to look at a challenge holistically, to look at the application of technology holistically, and then think out of the box to find ways of using this new technology to your advantage. And lastly, before I close, and hopefully having kept the time, the way I look at it as AI is nothing but the Iron Man suit that actually augments our effort and makes the human a lot more powerful. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd like to give the floor back to Saurabh.
Thank you, Abhinay. That was a really interesting one. And I love the last picture out there. Really admire the way you would put in deep insight on this subject. So appreciate that. So, guys, if you have questions for Abhinay, please feel free to go ahead and ask that in the chat right now. And we're gonna pick up two questions right now. So before that, we've also shared the link. We will share that again, Rishi. So let's take up questions. And we
Okay,
Okay,
Saurabh,
I think
are you gonna pick questions or okay? I think he is frozen in time.
yeah, Saurav. I think Saurav has. All right. I think
So
we'll
let me try to read some of them from the chat.
sure.
Um, okay, wow, way too many of them are coming. Okay, so currently we're in an era where data science and AI and machine learning is growing. Would you think you need humans in marketing in an era of deep learning? I think this question comes from Akshat Thakur. Okay, good question. I think one of the fundamental skill sets that you would require, of course, is that human machine collaboration. So it's not that, like I said, that you have data sciences. Data sciences, a lot of people actually think is a career path. I think it's a skill set and a tool. It's a way for you to analyze data and make meaningful sense of it, right? So you're still going to require the human being to give it that domain expertise to be able to understand how to make sense of that data and then present it in a way that is valuable. So I hope I answered your question, Akshit. But
Yes.
basically, you're still going to require the human being to be able to either in the form of prompt engineering, give it more context, or add your domain expertise, or see whether algorithms also are making sense or not, or the outcomes of the algorithms are actually making sense or not. So you're always going to require that collaboration.
So, Abhinay, I have one question. What data analysis tool would you suggest for people to master, which is the most easiest, where you just pick up data, dump it, and it's going to give you like great insights?
I don't think that there's any one particular tool for that. It also depends on the level in which you want to go. But often people ask me this: should I study R? Should I study Python? There was Julia, there's Perl. Like there's tons of programming languages that have actually emerged, and I actually have two responses to that. One is whatever language you pick doesn't matter because the only thing that changes from one language to the other is nothing but the syntax of it, right? So what you need to understand, like I said, is the skill set of data sciences, the skill set of understanding data. So I studied statistics. I understood the fundamentals of, let's say, a data set, right? And what to sort of look out for. And that, I think, is the analytical mind you need to actually put. Um, whatever tool you pick really doesn't matter. And I think my second response to that is there is an entire revolution of low code, no code that is actually coming up. So it's software which is pretty much plug and play. ChatGPT is actually one of it, right? And that algorithm is constantly evolving, where you can actually just ask it questions without you having known coding, and it'll actually give you results processed, analyzed, summarized. And then the skill set there, like I said, is prompt engineering for you to prompt it in the right way to actually give you a more meaningful result. So those are the two areas to sort of look at.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Abhinay, for giving us your time here and sharing your insights. Let's just thank Abhinay and make sure you are going to follow him on LinkedIn, and whatever questions you have, the burning questions with respect to data, I think he's the man to go to. All right. So thank you so much, Abhinay.
Awesome. Cheers. Thanks for having me, guys.
Take care.
Hope this made sense. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Okay. So we learned a lot about prompt engineering, and he gave a bit about that. And right now, I'm going to continue the session, and I'm going to be teaching you steps and also the tools. I'm seeing a lot of questions in the chat. Which tools to go for? How do I go about prompt engineering? Where do I study from? So next 30 minutes, I'm going to solve all the problems for you. Are you guys excited for it? Let me know in the chat. Are you guys up for it? Let me know in the chat. Yes. So thank you so much. I'm super excited to host you guys. How many of you are students already in the chat? Which batch? Which course? Let me know. Give me a shout out. All right, batch 32 TIC. Batch 32 guys. 25 online. Okay. Different courses, Reels Mastery, batch 33. Okay, so we have a lot of students in the house. Thank you so much for coming down here, and let's get started. Thank you. Thank you. Keep that coming. Okay, so let's go for the PPT here, and here we are. All right, so I hope you guys can see my screen, and let's get to the point, which is understanding what is the future of AI. Now, whatever I'm going to be sharing with you is not theoretical. All right, it's something which you can, after the session, go and directly implement. And this is something that we have taught to a lot of people across the world, online, and to many students also. And if you implement, you're definitely going to see some crazy results of especially the revenue side of things. Now, my goal for this particular session is to help you grow your income exponentially through AI. So I'm going to show you the possibilities and how it can add a lot of skills. It can add a lot of products or services to your portfolio, and you can probably expand through that. Number two is help you understand prompt engineering. Number three is that I'm going to be sharing with you the best tech stack that you need for AI tools, right? As Abhinay shared, there are 8,000 plus companies trying to solve different problems. Now, as a marketer, I we can't use all 8,000, but what is the top 10 recommended tools that have exploded in the last 1 year? And that's something you should take away from today. And also how to learn more in depth about these subjects. All right. So if you guys are super excited, just type excited in the chat. Just let me know the energy and let me see that chat buzzing. All right. Let's blow up our Zoom. There are almost 1,850 people in this room at this point. It's amazing. All right. Lovely. Okay. So first of all, just quick background about me. I worked at Infosys for 3 years as a software engineer, like a typical Indian graduate. Did my BTech Biotech from SRM University. Did a bit of coding, which I did not like. On the weekends, I started my own gig, which was where I was teaching guitar to students. That's when my entrepreneurial and my teaching skills was put to test, and I loved that part of my life where I was teaching kids, guitar. Since then, I went to agency life, and I worked at the agency for 1 year, where I worked with some of the top clients in South India. Also continued to work as a consultant at the agency, but my focus is to build Digital Scholar, which is India's first agency style digital marketing institute, and we launched in 2019. and train more than 100,000 people in various programs now. And we are also the first ones to launch a dual certification program in digital marketing and AI, which is starting on January 6, 2024, which I'm really excited about. But already there's so many people onboarded, and if you are somebody who is looking to master those skills, you are most welcome over there. And what I really love about my job is the transformation that I see, and how we are helping so many people choose a path of their choose and become passionate about their career, and do whatever they like. So from struggling to get placed to placing more than 800 plus students in various companies, a lot of students getting freelancing opportunities. A lot of people also went on to create digital products and became influencers. A lot of students also cracked a lot of influencer deals that you see on the screen. Business owners scaling up their businesses using digital marketing and AI strategies. And this is my team of 100 plus people on a mission to change the education system of the country to help people find their passion, make more money, and create better impact in the society by learning the skills of the future. This is what Digital Scholar stands for, to help you learn the right skills without breaking your bank. So let's understand and let's get into the session. So let's understand what is AI first, right? A lot of people have this notion that AI is something super magical stuff. Let's go a bit behind and let's understand the basic first. All right. So AI is nothing but it is a way where you read and process data, right? And then the AI starts learning from the patterns and experiences and starts making predictions. Okay. Now, if I were to explain AI and I compare this with, let's say, Google. Okay. So let's say I compare Google with Chat GPT. All right. Now, Google is like a librarian. Okay. So Google is like a librarian and Chat GPT is the author of the book. All right. So let's understand this in layman terms. Now, if I go to Google and I say, Google, I want to learn about digital marketing, I want to learn about AI, what would an librarian say? Is going to say, hey, go down the aisle, go to your left, pick the third shelf, pick that book, read that book, and then you make sense out of it and find the answers for yourself. This is what is Google going to tell you, right? You got to read yourself and then you got to find answers to it. But what AI does for you is they are acting like the authors of the book, right? For example, you don't need to read a Harry Potter's book, right? You just can feed it into AI and then you start making predictions saying, hey, what do you think would be the scope, or what do you think a Harry Potter's view on the future, right? So basically it understands the character of Harry Potter and then starts predicting. So it's reading and processing a lot of data for you. It learns from its own patterns and experiences that it has been fed to, starts making predictions. You're talking to the author of the book directly and you're getting insights altogether, right? So that's your basic AI that you need to understand, that it's the author of the book and you're not supposed to be reading the book, making your own predictions or making your own patterns and stuff. You just rely on them to give you the future scope. All right. Now, AI is of two types. Okay. AI is of a two types. Now, it is ANI and AGI. Now, let's understand again from the basic perspective. ANI is where a lot of innovation is happening. For example, you would have seen Chat GPT, right? You put in text, it feeds you out like amazing scripts. A lot of movies are using it, script writers are using it, scientific papers are being made out of it. Of course, marketers are using it. So you're just feeding in certain input and it's giving you certain output. So it has lot of narrow intelligence in the text format. All right. Or you take the example of Mid Journey tool, which is image generation. You put in text, it's generating images for you. So ANI is where the true magic is, and that is where it's going to transform industries from here on. So you take self-driving cars, smart speaker, and all of this. It has a lot of contextual knowledge. It's becoming super intelligence, and that's what industries are transforming. Whereas AGI is artificial general intelligence. Now, this is what people think, that AI will start thinking on its own. It will have a lot of context of different phenomena. It'll start developing a conscience. It'll start becoming a politician, start killing people and all of that. which is probably not really anytime or anywhere close. Probably we're not gonna ever see something like that happen, or maybe even if it happens, it's a far distant dream. All right, so it does anything a human can do, which is not possible. But a lot of innovation in the ANI space, which is contextual, and it can do one job really well, and that's where we need to focus on. So if you guys got ANI, just type ANI in the chat, right? That's something we want to focus on, and do not worry that, oh, robots are going to come and kill us, and it's going to have like super intelligence and all of that, right? It's not going to happen anytime soon. All right, now next is, let's take a look at AI's impact on jobs worldwide. Okay, this is by economist.com, and if you take a look at this, it's amazing to see that in every field, okay, right from food preparation to construction to teaching to hospitality, at least it's saying that 50% of the jobs could be impacted. Okay, as Abhinay was saying, jobs will not be replaced, but the way we do the job is going to be replaced. All right, which means you need to skill up, and you have to really understand and transform, right? And that's where you need to be focusing. So 50% of the jobs could be automated. And for you and I as marketers, take a look at your sales, customer service, business administration, information technology, all of that, a lot of changes are happening. Okay, now going back to the history of AI, we are taking a look at how it has transformed drastically. Now look at this. It says 0, which is where the human performance index is coming in. Now 2000 and all of that, the handwriting recognition, speech recognition, image recognition was terrible, and it was even below human performance, like way below. Okay, if you compare humans handwriting recognition or speech recognition, AI was not doing well. But if you start taking a look at around 2020, now this is where it started to perform on par with humans. And in fact, in 2023, it's even doing slightly better. Imagine 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line, all of these will start performing way better than humans. All right. Now, this actually summarizes what I'm saying. And look at this particular screen carefully. Okay. Look at 2023. So orange defines first attempts, right? This is where they were basically bringing out text output, image output, coding outputs, video outputs, 3D gaming and stuff. So basically, if you take a look at what is prompt engineering, you're putting in some text and you're getting some output. Now, if you put in some text on Chat GPT, you're getting text as an output. If you are, let's say, using some other AI model where you're putting in text, it's giving you images. You put in text, it's even giving you codes. Put in text, it's giving you video, 3D models and stuff. If you take a look at orange slides here, it is first attempts. The yellow ones are almost there, and the green ones are ready for prime time. Okay. Now in 2023, by the end of this year, we already here. Okay. 2023, text and coding is ready for prime time. Okay. Which means the text output is on par as humans or even far better than humans. Okay. So you can see here scientific papers, you script writing, and poems and creativity, all of that text could be amazing. Whereas you compare to codes, it's also getting better. Okay, coding output is getting far better in 2023 as well. Now look at the way images can be produced. All right, it's not there yet. Okay, it's almost there. But in 2025, next year, next to next year, you can see here your product designs, your architect designs, your outputs of 3D models and whatnot would be on par or way above human excellence. All right. And video production, the video output, or maybe the 3D models or the games that you want to produce is going to be on par in 2030, right? It's going through a second draft right now. And this is where I see things happening. Okay. So let me just, okay. I think I just, all right. Are you guys with me by far here? Yes. Are you guys with me by far? All right. Thank you so much. Now, here's what you can realize and see in terms of what can you build using generative AI. So on the top, you see green color and then you got blue at the bottom. So that's the models you want to see. And what can you build out of this? And shortly, I'm going to be sharing you how can you actually do that practically using prompt engineering, all right, and using different tools. So let's first understand what can you build out of it, okay? Now, if you take a look at text, you can create more than 40 to 50 kinds of marketing materials. Okay. So you can see here it's written marketing slash content. You can create more than 40 to 50 types of marketing materials. Now, I have a question for all of you. What do you think is meaning of marketing material? What do you think can you produce as a marketing material? Give me some examples. Like, for example, an email is a marketing material, right? You're putting out a LinkedIn post is a marketing material. Okay. What else do you think? Graphics, ad copies, flyers, blogs, GIFs, ads, articles, WhatsApp bot. Okay. So content calendar. Exactly. Keep that coming. Memes, keep the answers rolling. Posters. Okay. So there are many. You have sales pages, you have video scripts, VSL letters, whatnot. All right. So the point is more than 30 to 40, 50 plus marketing materials could be created. Number two, you can do a lot of sales. Okay. Now, a lot of times we don't have that. Sales is a science, it has to be learned over time. But if you know certain frameworks, you can actually build out great sales copies out of it and try to sell better for you. You can do support, which could be on completely autopilot, where you're chatting and sending emails according to the context. You can do general writing, note taking, etc. and stuff. So text is amazing, and you can see there are so many models behind it. OpenAI, Google launched something recently, and all of these models are on the back end. Okay, take a look at code. Okay, if you go to sites like Bubble, you have various different sites. I think you have one Glider or something like that, where you can actually create no code websites and applications. And in fact, you can build scalable applications just by drag and drop, or just by putting in certain prompts saying, hey, I want this particular feature to happen, and it starts doing things for you altogether. It's pretty crazy. All right, take a look at image generation. Right, I'm going to tell you which tool shortly, but you can produce images, you can use images for your ads, you can design very well, and so on. If you take a look at speech, you can in fact synthesize your own voice, and you can create your clone where you can produce mass podcast online with your own voice today. All right. And in fact, I'll show you how I have synthesized Sora's voice shortly as well. So then you have videos. Videos is not on par. I would say it's not like great in terms of video generation. Okay, but video editing is amazing, right? I think video editors have to look into this very seriously, because the kind of video outputs you're getting from these AI tools is brilliant in terms of the output. All right, you have 3D models, then you have your RPA, which is nothing but robot process automation. Music, audio, biology, chemistry, and all of this could be pretty much could be done. Now, I have a question for you. All right, today, okay, today, just by understanding few frameworks, by mastering few tools, you can create all that you see in the green section. Do you think this is powerful? If yes, just type powerful in the chat. Just type powerful in the chat. Do you think is it's so crazy world we live in that you can do so much in next 24 hours? All right, in next 24 hours, these are the possibilities. And it just amazes me in terms of where we have come and grown as a whole, humankind. So the point is, this is where your knowledge, this is where your skills, your smartness has to start playing in. Okay, because what I have read one article which says only 1% of the 1% chat gpt users around the world are using it for making money. So around the world, the chat gpt users are only 1%. Okay, imagine 1% of the world only uses chat gpt. Out of that, only 1% is actually doing some good work to make money out of it, right? And I just want to tell you, something that is available for free, something that has so much potential, what are you guys doing, just wasting your time away? Why not use it for a purpose, right? Think about this before you go to sleep. Okay, now let's understand prompt engineering. Okay, now Abhinay Basin had shared something about prompt engineering, and I want to bring this again over here. It's not your typical mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and all those subjects that you do in your engineering. It is simply put across a method where the way you put in the text determines the output. Okay, now I always say this, if you put in garbage, you're going to get out garbage. All right. So you put in garbage in, you're going to get out garbage out. So just type Gigo in the chat. Just type Gigo in the chat. Just type Gigo in the chat. Okay, lovely. So if you are put in garbage, you're gonna get out garbage. And I've seen people saying, "Hey, can you write me an email about Instagram marketing? Hey, can you create a script on this particular topic? Hey, can you make a video ad on this?" All right, you are just not giving any particular context. All right, the word is context, and that is really important for you to pick. Okay, these tools are does not really understand how things work. Okay, now let's understand the basics of a prompt first. Okay, now think about your AI friend, or think about chat gpt as a dumb genius in the room. Okay, it's a dumb genius. I've invented a new word today, dumb genius. Okay, it is genius because it can read whatever you want, and it can give out the output in any language that you want. So it's like a amazing genius. But it's dumb because it needs a lot of context. Okay, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say here. It needs a lot of context. Now, Jessica here from OpenAI, she shared a tweet, and this is amazing for us to understand what prompt engineering is all about. Now she says, think of AI, or think of Chat GPT or any other AI tool, is standing behind a door. All right, he's standing behind the door, and that friend cannot see you. So there's a door in between you and your AI friend, and the only way you can talk to that particular person is by passing a particular slip where you're writing a question or you're writing something input and output. Now, this particular friend does not know anything about you, how you look, where you're coming from, which field are you into, what is your target audience, what product you want to create, what solutions do you want. It doesn't know anything about it. It just reads the script and it says, oh, Instagram marketing. So whatever it knows, basic stuff, it then passes on the slip again to you with a generic stuff, and that's about it, right? So it's a dumb genius in the room, and you need to start giving context to it. If you guys got this, just type context in the chat and let me know here. Just type that context in the chat. Lovely. Keep that coming. All right. Blow up the chat and let me see some energy. Okay. Now, let's understand the types of prompts here. And then I'm going to explain in simple terms how you can actually become better at this. Now, there are different types of prompts. Okay. One is called as information seeking prompts. Now, this is designed to gather information. Like, for example, if I just go and just say, what is artificial intelligence, and I'm going to just type that in the over here in chat gpt, it's going to give me like a very basic output. Okay, whatever is available on Wikipedia or different articles, it just creates like a very basic out of it. So these types of prompts is basically information seeking prompts. All right, now the second type of prompt is instruction based prompts. Now this is used to give model specific tasks. Okay, now this could be where you're activating voices saying, hey Siri, can you play the song of Arijit Singh? Or hey Siri, can you tell me what is the weather? Now that is where you're triggering it and there's some action happening it. So this is basically instruction based, mostly voice based, and you're doing this with Siri, or maybe you can even actually speak into your chat GPT today, right? You can just say, hey chat GPT, can you do this for me, and starts giving you all of that as an output. Okay, now, the third type is comparative prompts. Now, this is where it starts to compare or evaluate different options. Like, for example, you can just go and ask, hey, Chat GPT, what is the difference between between an iPhone 11 and iPhone 12, which is better? Okay, so you can just go to Chat GPT, you can just type this, and it starts giving you a good comparison between two, and then starts giving you more ideas into this. So this is one of the types, which is your comparative prompts. All right, now comes the fourth one. Now this is where it's talking about its opinions. All right, it's not factual, right? It is talking about opinion seeking prompts. Now this is aimed at getting the AI's opinion on different topic. Like, for example, you can just say, hey chat gpt, what would happen if AI takes over the world? All right, and it's giving you certain again, a very opinionated answer and futuristic answer and all of that. All right. Now, the fifth type is the most important type. Okay, now this is where most of the people are relying on just first two or three or four. Okay, they're just putting information prompt saying, hey, can you tell me an email about blah blah blah? Hey, can you write me an assignment on so and so? All right, you're just giving certain basic instructions, or you're just comparing with one or the other thing, or you're just asking what's the futuristic looking like, or some kind of opinions that you want out of it. But the fifth one is where the magic happens, and that's basically is of context providing prompts. Okay, now this is where you use your 5W framework. Okay, so do I have the permission to share in terms of how you can start prompting better to get great output, and how easy it is to start thinking about it? Yes, Yogesh says go go go. All right, let's see some response in the chat. Thank you. So, what is 5W framework? Now, 5W framework is where you are going to use things like using the who, what, when, where, and why framework. Okay. Now, this is an excellent way to structure prompts for better responses, not from chat or not just from chat GPT, but you can use any other tool like Bard. You have other AI models, you use it in your mid journey or whatever it is. You can actually use this is applicable everywhere, but I'm keeping it specific for chat GPT because it's free for all of us. Okay, so you're going to use 5W framework. Now this is where you're going to use who, what, when, where, and why. So just type 5W in the chat if it's in your head right now. Okay, now let's 5W. All right, so who, what, when, and where. So let's get started. The first one is who. This is where if you really want chat gpt to give you like a great output, and you want it to give you like insane results, you have to basically assign it a role. Like for example, you can just say, as a nutritionist, can you provide a healthy meal plan for a week? Okay, so now what happens is, just by assigning who, okay, as a role, like you can just say, as a social media marketing expert, can you tell me what could be the content calendar for a particular topic for next 30 days? Or as an AI expert, can you tell me what is XYZ? So this is the prompt template that I'm showing you on the screen, which you might want to take a screenshot or write it down, which is, as a role, can you do certain task or action? Okay, so that's first one, which is who, right? The role assignment. Now, the second one is going to be what. All right. Now, this is basically action specification. Now, you can just say, explain the process of something in simple terms. If I reframe this, how I use it, can you explain me photosynthesis as a fifth standard kid would understand? Okay. Or explain the process of something as a beginner would understand. All right. So you can use this, which is very basic stuff, where you're saying, explain specific concept or action in desired manner. All right. In fact, I even said I use this amazing stuff where I say, can you explain email marketing in Indian context? Okay, now why do I say Indian context? All of a sudden, it starts giving me examples of vada pav, Mumbai local train, and Chennai's dhoti and all of this, right? And it's like so much fun to read, and actually it just creates like a very differentiated output altogether. Makes sense, everybody? Are you guys following with me? So what was the first one? What was the first W? Okay, what was the first W, and what does it do? What specification? It was who, and that's the role assignment. It's the what, which is basically action specification. The next is when. Okay, you can bring in timeline specification. Like for example, can you create a 30 days fitness program for beginners? All right, now this is important as well. Now this particular script is very very important, and you can just say, hey, can you create a 4 or 5 different types of video scripts for my Facebook ad, which is basically, talking about a product, let's say a mobile phone's back cover, and my audience are iPhone users, for iPhone users. Okay, so giving target audience or a purpose is going to give you great output. I can write and give you. All right, you test it out for different kinds of audiences, it gives you very different outputs altogether. Okay, very important type, which is when. and you are actually putting in a timeline specification on number of the output you want, plus giving it audiences altogether. All right. So this is basically when. Now comes the fourth one, which is where, which is nothing but location or context specification. Now, this is where you're saying describe the cultural significance of the Eiffel Tower in the context of French history. All right. Now, this is where you can just describe topic in the context of location or specific context. All right. So again, you can just describe a particular topic by giving in a context of something. All right. And finally, you have why, which is reasoning or motivation, where you just say, hey, I need to persuade my team about the benefits of remote work. Can you help me draft an argument? Okay. So this is where the template says, I need to achieve a particular goal. Can you help me achieve that particular goal using certain actions? Okay. Now, this is very basic that I've shared with you. Okay. Which is where it's saying, who, what, where, when, who, what, when, where, and why. Now, the biggest prompt that I want to give you is using all the five. Can I give you a prompt that uses all the five and makes it one kick-ass prompt for you? Do I have the permission? Yes. Let me know in the chat. Okay, somebody says, give me ass up. Okay, just give me right now. Yes, says. Okay, give me a yes, give me a cheer. Let me see some energy. It's Saturday evening. All right, keep that coming. Yes, 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 Manali says. Awesome. So the thing is, you have to understand the next one is where it becomes the most advanced marketer would use this. Okay, now look at this. As a who, okay, as a social media strategist, can you create a reel script for me? Okay, within 30 seconds. The time frame for reels would be not days, right? It would be seconds. Focusing on some context that you are coming from an industry, you know the pain points of your customers or problems or whatever it is, you do that to achieve a particular sale. Okay, to achieve more virality, to achieve more followers, to achieve a particular framework. All right, you guys, if you follow this and remember this and memorize this, you can actually start prompting a lot better because you have certain context where you can fill all of this. How many of you think this is Eureka moment? Just type Eureka in the chat. Just type Eureka in the chat. Let me see some energy. All right. Okay. So, as a who, can you create something focusing on a particular topic to achieve certain reasoning or motivation? Now, let me give you an example of this. Okay. This is the prompt of prompt. Okay. This is the king of all prompts. Okay. Now, I was telling you, I was building up slowly and giving you, okay, there are 5 ways: who, what, where, and blah, blah, blah. But actually, this is where you basically become better. All right. And this is where it makes your life easy as a prompt engineer. So if I copy this and give you like a quick context on how I would use it, I would say, hey, can you as a copywriting expert, okay, so I'm just saying as a copywriting expert, can you create a video or can you create an Instagram reel script? Okay, can you create an Instagram reel script within 30 seconds, or of 30 seconds, or whatever that English makes sense, within 30 seconds, because I don't want it to go longer than that, focusing on the future of AI and the top 3 tools to use to achieve more saves and virality altogether, and you hit enter. All right, and you can see here, the future is here. It's powered by AI. Discover the top 3 tools to boost your content's virality. First up, we have visual AI. Second up, we have some other tool. The third is saying AI generated content, blah blah blah. And then you just pick up whatever the narrator is saying, you create your script, and it has a lot of context to it, and that's about it. Okay, makes sense, everybody? So you can play around with n number of permutations and combination, and you can keep going out of this. All right, I hope you enjoyed until now. And now I'm going to give you the dream tech stack. How many of you want that dream tech stack, saying, Rishi, tell me the tools that I need to focus on. I can't focus on 8,000, 10,000, 15,000 tools. Just make my life easy. All right. How many of you want your life to be easy? Just type life easy in the chat. Just type life easy in the chat. Life easy. Okay. So I'm going to share this tech stack with you. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share another 100 plus tools with you guys by making you comment on a particular post. And you're going to get my 100 plus tools. You're going to get all my tech stack. Plus, also, tomorrow I'm going to be doing an exclusive session on how to make money using AI and digital marketing at 8 p.m. Because I can't do a lot more today. I'm going to give a link which will help you to be part of that session tomorrow. And that's like even longer. How many of you would love to access to that session? How many of you would love access to that session? Yes. And all the tools and stuff. Okay. Because I can't do a lot more, I am shifting it to tomorrow, which is going to be live. And I'm going to give you access for free of cost today. Okay. Now let's go back to the dream tech stack. Now, these are top 10 tools that I would bet my money on, and I would pay anything to keep it alive. Okay. I don't want these tools to die out. Okay. So, first tool which will solve anything is going to be any day Chat GPT. Okay. Chat GPT is becoming insane powerful. It can create images, it can create mind maps like these, it can create videos, it can read the whole website, it can scrape. It can do so much. It can literally solve anything. Like, this is like a human genie that everybody should have in your pocket. All right. Chat GPT for solving anything. If you were to write marketing material specific stuff, then my take is jasper.ai. All right. So if you want to write anything particularly to for marketing perspective, I think these guys have built a great model which basically caters to the marketers, and it gives you like really good output, especially for if you're a marketer and if you want to focus and become a digital marketer, right? So that basically writes anything. Number three is generates art. Now, this is my favorite, which is Mid Journey. I use this pretty much every single day, and especially people at my agency use this every single day. And this is where you can create amazing arts. If you master prompt engineering, you can create art like these, and you probably don't have to spend a lot of time in terms of creation of these. Okay, so you just write certain text, you get the output altogether. Okay. Number fourth, if you were to go for generates code, you have to focus on Replit. Okay, so Replit is something, if you are looking to create codes, then Replit is the tool. Number five is generates voice. Now, this is basically my favorite, which is 11 labs. Okay, now 11 labs is amazing tool. It can just synthesize your voice. For example, let's say I'm going to synthesize Saurav's voice. Okay, now Saurav is not here, and we're gonna say, "Hi everyone. Rishi is pretty awesome, and he is the most amazing brother in the world." Okay, so I'm just typing this, and he never says it, so I'm gonna make him say. All right, so you see the irony of this. I'm gonna make him say this with the help of AI. So let me show you quick. Okay, so let's generate and play this. So
Hi everyone, Rishi is pretty awesome and he is the most amazing brother in the world.
see, I got it. Okay.
What Shreyas?
Okay, so you see how it works, right? So that's Saurav's voice, and this is basically I synthesized it. Okay, so we'll play it again.
Hi everyone, Rishi is pretty awesome and he is the most amazing brother in the world.
Okay, this has got exaggerated bit a little bit because I used some other model here, but yeah, you get the drill. Okay, so it can be done in Hindi. Okay, hi, मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ. Okay, so हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ. ये दुनिया मस्त है. Okay, so let's just play around a bit and just let generate.
Hi, मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ. ये दुनिया मस्त था.
Okay, must tha. Okay, all right, but you get it. All right, so this is amazing. You can synthesize your voice and you can play around with this. And I believe this voice is getting better. I think by 2025, it will achieve human performance. What I mean by that is it's going to be like really really to the point and using the right accent and stuff. I think it will become a lot better in the future. Okay. Generate video is Runway ML. Now, I'm not very convinced with videos yet. Okay, I'm not very convinced with video yet. This tool is doing pretty well right now. Okay, but I wouldn't say like it can produce like a fantastic result for you. Like for example, you can create videos like polar bear swimming in swimming pool. Okay, so one white polar bear swimming in swimming pool in Chennai beach. Okay, so it will start producing those kinds of videos for you, which means you don't need to actually go out in the open, shoot that, create those stock footages and use and stuff. Okay, but not so convincing, I would say, yet. Getting better with technology, maybe 2 years, 3 years, this becomes like a dream come true as well. Generate Reels is Opus Pro. All right. Now, a lot of times you can actually just create reels in a fraction of few seconds. Like, for example, I use this tool called as Opus Clip, and I just put like a huge video and it starts actually giving out like short videos, which is reels
The
format.
main thing that
And it just starts giving you like context and stuff. So this is amazing. For generating PPT, tome.app or beautiful.ai is an amazing tool. So you can go to beautiful.ai or tome.app and you can say, hey, tell me which is better, Meta or Google. Okay, and you just make your slide with AI. Okay, so what happens is you can create beautiful presentation and impress your bosses, or maybe if you're presenting it to your audiences, you can just get out some good content here. So look at this. Meta versus Google chart. Revenue is 117, 500 market cap, 48, 23.5, 83.5 just starts building for you. All right, makes sense. Gamma.app is also good. Edit pictures. Pickwash is an amazing tool. And edit videos, you're going to be having submagic.co as the tool here. All right. Now, how many of you think this was amazing? How many of you think this was amazing? Just let me know if you want more. Rishi, give me more. Okay. Because I just got like 2 more minutes. And if you want some more, I'm going to help you over here. Okay, guys, let me tell you something. Okay. Attention is the new currency. All right. Attention is the new currency. I repeat. Today, the attention span is dying out of humans. In 2020, it was about 12 seconds. Right now, 2023, it's 8 seconds. It's in fact worse than a goldfish, which has an attention span of 9 seconds. All right. So today, if you're a marketer or if you want to become one amazing marketer, you have to get people's attention. Okay. And using AI, you can achieve that. Now, let me share with you some really cool examples of how I got attention of people from different places. So I was doing an event in Oman, and in Oman, people speak Arabic. Okay. So what happened was I wanted to get their attention, and I made a video in English and I translated in Arabic. And you can see here, this is the video ad which I launched, which I did back in June. Okay. So I'm just going to play a bit of it and you can see how I'm speaking amazing Arabic. Okay. Here it goes.
المهارة النهائية القرن 21 هي التحدث إلى الروبوتات. هذا صحيح. أنا أتحدث عن كيفية التحدث إلى الروبوتات حتى يتمكنوا من ذلك بالضبط. افعل ما تريد. إنه مثل امتلاك قوة عظمى. لكن أولاً لنتحدث عن المهارات التي ستحتاجها
Okay, how many of you think this is amazing, right? How many of you think this is amazing? So I'm speaking to the language that they understand and I'm trying to get their attention. This is one way which I use AI. The second one of the other way is where I actually used to, I created a rap song using AI and I actually made it as a video, all right? So here is where you can see here, this is a rap song that I made. And it actually did perform really well. Let's have a look. We're hosting Oman's first AI powered digital marketing summit, and I have to create a video script, I have to edit it, I have to shoot it. It's so time consuming. Why don't you generate a rap song in less than 30 seconds using artificial intelligence?
Yo, listen up, y'all, I got news to share. About an event going down, you best prepare. On July 17th in Mad Oman, it's the Artificial Intelligent Marketing Summit where the game is on. Pay-per-click, SEO, and retargeting ads. We'll show you how to avoid all the bad. Cause with artificial intelligence you see is all data-driven. Make your revenue rise like bread that's been given. We're bringing the masters, the best in the game. Show you how to leverage digital marketing, no shame. Driving up conversions, getting traffic flow. With Digital Scholar on demand, making that dough. To learn the secrets, the tricks, and advance. Growing businesses online, fulfilling your dream. The Artificial Intelligent Marketing Summit, a journey we embark. Mad Oman, let's light up the dark.
Rishi, wake up. You still need to do the event live. Okay, so background song was done in 30 seconds. The background song was done in 30 seconds. Of course, I shot the videos, pull that all up. And this is the power of AI. I'm just telling you, you use it to create attention. How many of you think this is amazing? Let me know in the chat. Vibe hai. Okay, lovely. Attention is the new currency, guys. And this is where I think the economy, economy is going to shift towards people who can get people's attention, and they'll be the ones who will be the making the most money. All right, so before I show you how you can get my tools and how you can attend my more sessions, a lot of you are asking for tools and stuff. I'm going to share with you in 2 minutes. Before I wrap up, I just want to tell you how many of you know this amazing gentleman here? How many of you know this amazing human being? Okay, all of you know. Okay, so of course, we celebrate October 2nd as Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti, right? And how we celebrate is we probably just watch TV, we go out, we have fun. We watch TV and we say Mera Bharat Maan, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and there's no other relation with him as such. Okay, but how US sees him is of different kinds. Okay, so there is Mahatma Gandhi's picture in one of the US parliaments, and below his picture, it doesn't say Mahatma Gandhi 1869 to 1948. It doesn't say Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation. Below his picture, they've put Mahatma Gandhi and says one man can make a difference. All right. And today I want to inspire you. You don't have to put his picture in your room, but put your picture, and below that picture, you just should say, hey, one man can make a difference. Or below your picture, you're saying one woman can make a difference. You watch that picture every single day and your life will become legendary. And today, marketing technology and AI can in fact make you super legendary. All right. So I invite you to my session, which is going to happen tomorrow, and get all the tech stacks by commenting on this particular reel over here. Okay. So I want to gift you guys this particular entire whatever I shared, tools list. Okay, so the entire screenshot of this particular tools list, I'm going to give you access to my 170 plus AI tools that you should be using for different works. I've curated all for you. Also access to my workshop that will happen tomorrow. How do you get it? You just go to this particular link and you just type cool over here, and you're going to see some magic automation happening as well. So just type cool for this. And also I suggest you to give me a follow and be part of my um, AI, what do you say, group as well. So go to my channel, go to my profile, give me a follow here. Plus, also make sure you are basically clicking on my channel and joining it as well. Okay, so don't type cool here. Type cool on this particular post or maybe any of my post here. Okay, so you can see comments are rolling in, and that is when you guys get it. Okay, I'm gonna give you few seconds before I bring the next big speaker. But I really want to take some time here before you get this, because I really want you guys to get on board. Okay, keep that coming. Okay, let me see in the chat. Comment cool in this post, or you just go to my profile. It's at the rate Rishi Jain. Pick any of the posts that you want and just type not cool here. Just go and type on my reel. Okay, and how many of you are following me on Instagram? How many of you are following me on Instagram? Okay. If you love my content, I think you will love my Instagram as well. I share a lot of value every single day, a lot of updates about the AI world. So just follow me. I'm not going to post about food pictures, party pictures, and stuff. It's going to be all AI. Okay. Lovely. Thank you so much. Keep that rolling in. And Shraddha Kapoor says, love it. Okay. Awesome. Perfect. I'm going to give you 20 more seconds. I'll repeat what I'm saying. Go give me a follow, join my broadcast channel, which you'll see on my profile over here, and then comment, pick this particular post here or any post that you want and type cool. Like you can see Swati here, Ruchita here, typed cool. Just go type cool to get all the list that you need. Okay, makes sense? Done. Thank you so much. All right. Now, if you are not, okay, let's see here. Perfect. So any questions that you have for me? Any questions that you have for me? Did you guys love the session? Did you guys love the session? Yes. I'm just opening up the chat. Let me know. Lovely. Awesome. Great. So, any questions you have for me? Any questions do you want me to answer? What is the future of, oh my God, so many questions. Okay, let me see. Okay, whatever tools you need, my suggestion, please comment cool on my Instagram. You'll get all the tools list. So I'm not going to share tools list here. I'm going to take up some more important questions. Okay, somebody is asking how to master these tools. Now, one thing I want to understand and one thing I want to tell you guys, this is important for you to realize that tools will not make you money. Okay, I've shared a lot of tools, and one thing I want to tell you is tools have been in our industry since forever. All right, in 2019 there was a tool called as Niches. Okay, it was also used to produce AI based content, and this was even before chat gpt was launched. And in fact, even before that, there are many different tools. Let's say email marketing tool, you got WhatsApp tools, you got different automation tools and stuff. Now, tools particularly does not guarantee to make you money. All right, and there is no mastery as such you need to really understand that how a tool particular works. You need to spend hours and hours. It's purely use case specific. Okay, what I believe is in 2024 there's going to be 5 important things you need to master to stand out from the crowd. All right, and those 5 important things are basically creating great offers. Now, the internet is very, very, very what do you say, clogged, right? It's like superconductor. If somebody is creating one product, so everybody else is creating so many products, and it's super clogged. All right, and if you really want to stand out, you should create an offer that is insane and people are loving to buy. You should write great copies. You should know how to run paid ads, drive traffic to your pages, and then you're doing automation where they're getting nurtured, and you are basically building your personal brand. And of course, you're mastering AI and using it to produce all the marketing material. So using tools is not going to make you a millionaire, but the right strategies, tools is just makes your life easy, just makes your content creation lot easy. But strategically is where you need to be very strong, and that's what I teach you tomorrow in my training altogether. All right, if you guys have not got the training link, I'm just going to share the training link again in the chat. You guys go register right now, and I'll see you guys soon. All right, perfect. So next, lovely. Okay, any more questions? Let me see the next trainer for you right now. All right, so right now let's invite the let's invite Neil Patel, who is probably one of the leading digital marketers, and not probably, he's the pioneer in the field, produced, especially when it comes to SEO, especially when it comes to YouTube. You would see his content ranking on top, and we are gonna learn from him, who actually runs a very successful agency in multiple different countries, not just India. He has agencies across more than 7 to 10 countries now. And he's going to be sharing how his agency has scaled, which tools they are using it, what is AI has to do over here. All right. So how many of you know Neil Patel already? Let me know, or just say I in the chat. Let me know I in the chat. Okay. The OG veteran of digital marketing, somebody said exactly. And he's our guru. He's always helped us in terms of whenever we have a problem or whenever we need help, always been there one text away. And most importantly, he always comes to sessions, which is Digital Marketing Day. All right, I love Neem Fahim says. Okay, so let me invite Saurav and Neil, and they are going to be doing a interview style where Saurav is going to ask questions and Neil Patel is going to be sharing his insights. So let's welcome him and let's say hi, Neil, in the chat. Let's say hi, Neil, in the chat.
All right. So I am so excited to welcome Neil Patel, who, I mean, I don't need to introduce this man. We all know, I think there's so much to learn from Neil. So Neil, first of all, wishing you very happy Digital Marketing Day. And my gratitude for always accepting this request And this comes exactly on December 16th every year so that we learn from you and take some inputs that we can implement in our digital businesses. So thank you for coming live today.
Thank you for having me.
Cool. So shall we get started with the questions?
Yes, let's do it.
I'm sure this is something that a lot of people asked you before. How good is ChatGPT content for SEO?
We've done a lot of tests on it.
Right.
Now, Google accepts it, but we don't see it ranking well. It doesn't mean ChatGPT content's bad. It means ChatGPT content in its original format, as of now, because ChatGPT continually releases new versions, as of now, isn't working well. But if you take the current content that ChatGPT produces and then add experience, expertise, authority, and trust, as Google calls E, we've seen the content do fairly decent. We still see content doing better when it's manually written, but generally speaking, if a human modifies it a lot, it's not doing bad at all.
Okay, super. So you say that it's okay to use ChatGPT for SEO, but it's always preferable to have a manual intervention in the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Without the manual intervention, we're seeing a lot less traffic.
Cool. ChatGPT versus Bard, which one do you think creates more unique content in the process?
So I did a Twitter post about this weeks ago, and we ended up doing analysis, technically before the Twitter post, but we did analysis of ChatGPT and Bard to see which one produces more unique content. So we gave ChatGPT 1,000 articles on various topics. We gave Bard the same 1,000 articles to produce as well, right? And we ran the articles through Copyscape, and we found that with ChatGPT, 18.6% of the time the content was duplicative, and with Bard, 14.9% of the time the content was duplicative. And when I mean duplicative, sentence or two typically was plagiarized, sometimes a paragraph or so, but that was more rare.
So 18.9 means that's on a higher side, which means Google Bard is much better for original content.
Correct. Now, we didn't necessarily do analysis of the quality of the content,
Right.
but ChatGPT was more duplicative.
Yeah, I think largely from SEO point of view, you suggest that we use Bard more than ChatGPT, or we take content from ChatGPT and then rephrase it in some other platform. What's your suggestion there?
We like Bard. Bard's index is also more up to date. It's not as old as ChatGPT. So we think that's a big win. But yeah, no, we use both of them, but we do prefer Bard over ChatGPT.
Which are the other AI tools you make use of for content creation?
Those are the main two. We have some at Uber Suggest. There's others out there like Jasper. A lot of companies have AI content generation, but ChatGPT and Bard can get most things done. There's also Midjourney for images. Adobe has quite a few products that are great as well. But yeah, those are all we're checking out.
Super. So how does new Google trend change the dynamics of content? What change should we bring in 2024?
See, with content, what we see is websites that spend more time updating their content tend to perform better traffic-wise than websites that don't. When we look at, because we track a lot of websites with Uber Suggest, and we have a lot of analytics data. But when we look at the top performing sites with at least 10,000 monthly organic visits, sites that are growing at least 50% in SEO traffic, and they've been doing that consecutively for 4+ years, we find that they spend 31.3% time creating new content, but 68.9% of their time updating existing and old content. It's a reason Wikipedia ranks for everything. Right? Their content is fresh and up to date, and people rather read a 3-day-old article than a 3-year-old article.
Right. So you're saying that instead of creating new content, we should just go ahead and take old pieces of content and keep updating them on a regular basis.
Yes, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't create new content. It just means that, there's a lot of content on the web. Unless you have something new to say, you may be better off updating your old content.
Makes more sense, because if eventually you're going to take the content from ChatGPT and upload it, you rather work on what's already ranking for you. So that's some good insights there. And we keep doing that a lot in our business. It just makes a lot of difference. We have a lot of listicles up there. We keep updating it year on year, and we change the numbers. So 2019, 2020, 2021, it still continues to rank. So that's some really good tip out there. What is the penetration of AI in your agency right now across the world?
100%.
100%. And across, which are some of the AI tools across departments your team members are using? So of course, ChatGPT and Bard is on the top priorities. Besides these, across different departments, from a video editing perspective or a design perspective, what are some tools that's been handy to your team members right now?
Been using a lot of Adobe tools, Midjourney, Canva, but those are some of the companies where we're using their products.
Okay, cool. And how is hiring going to be in 2024, considering AI is dominating right now? So what's your take there?
Yeah, so I still think people are going to end up hiring. They're just waiting for the economy to be a little bit better. India is a little bit unique. The economy in India is doing extremely well, but again, people are still hiring even in this economy.
True. And it's not the trend in the US. You think the hiring is slowed down now?
Slow down a lot, at least in technology and marketing. I still see it in 2024 being tough. I think 2025 will be better.
Cool. So 2025 is the year of recession, is what you're trying to say? It already is.
Well, I don't know recession or not, but I would say 2023 has been a bad year. 2024, I think, will be maybe a little bit better. We're starting to see some early signals, at least from the marketing industry. And I think 2025 will be a much better year.
Super. I ask you this question every year, and I have the answers of yours recorded, and it's always kept with me. What skills do you want candidates to have for the upcoming year? Certain skills that you see in a candidate that you've not seen in the last few years, but you would want them to have them in the coming years.
So I've seen a lot of the same skills. The issue that we're running into is the candidates aren't getting creative enough. And with AI, we're seeing them lack more creativity, and they're getting more reliant on the tools. See, creativity is the key to doing well. Now, I'll give you an example of this, okay? So I ended up posting something on Twitter about updating old content versus new content. And, my hook was, how often should you update content? It didn't do well at all. Got less than 10,000 views. I quickly deleted the tweet and I posted it again with a new, better hook, right? And the new hook was, why do we always see Wikipedia ranking at the top of Google results? And I haven't checked that tweet, but it got, recently, but, it pretty much in the first day, it got over 30,000 views. And I'm assuming it's grown from there, because day 2, day 3, you could still get views as well. But the point I'm getting at is, it wasn't that the content was the issue, it was the hook was the issue. A lot of that comes down to creativity. It's hard to teach. Some people have it, some people don't.
Wow, that's a really good point, because I think even I got hooked to this title, which you used in your Twitter, which was about why does Wikipedia always rank on top? And that's interesting hook there. A good point. I think a lot of people always rely on artificial intelligence to give them hook, but else they don't have the copywriting issues themselves. Copywriting skills themselves. You're right. So, Neil, where do you see the future of SEO in 2024? What do you think is changing? Where's the dynamics changing in 2024?
Sure. So I don't look at marketing anymore as SEO or social media marketing. I look at it as omni-channel. And in 2024, if you're not being omni-channel, your LTVs aren't going to be as high. You're not going to do as well. Your channels need to work well together. And it's the only way to win, because all channels, including SEO or social media or email marketing, etc., they all get competitive. You have no choice but to leverage all channels to do well and win in the long run.
Right, agree. So what's your content distribution strategy like at the moment? I see that you spend a lot of your time on Twitter, and you see the trends there, and from there you start to distribute that content on different channels. Is that what you've been following in the recent times?
Yeah, so I've been creating content on Twitter, because Twitter doesn't penalize you for posting multiple times a day. And then I take the best stuff and I post it on all the other social channels.
That's a smart strategy because you're trying to analyze what is working for you, and then from there you pick up and you distribute. And I think that's a smart move there. I do the same with threads.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say, you can do it with a lot of social channels. You can do it with threads. You can also just do some Facebook ads based on like the title and the hook and see what gets the most click-throughs. You can spend $5. It can tell you a lot of data, right? So there's multiple ways to do it.
Right.
Some
TikTok.
people do it with Instagram. When they're posting out videos, they figure out what goes viral and then they take the best stuff and they post it on the rest.
True. I think a lot of people even post and ask questions and opinions on stories, and then they go ahead and take it up on the reels later. So makes sense. TikTok versus Instagram versus YouTube Shorts. What do you think the world prefers, and where do you think the world is heading in 2024?
It doesn't matter what the world prefers. They all have a lot of usage. Just take the same content and put it on all the platforms. You know, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts, they all accept the same type of short form content.
Perfect. Personally, what's your choice?
I really do enjoy Instagram, but you know, a lot of my friends are on it. TikTok, not as many.
True. Cool. So I think in TikTok is banned in India. So preferably we don't really look into it in much as we look into Instagram. And we seeing that the trends are largely on YouTube too, because what YouTube is doing right now in India, it's giving all the influencers who are going viral on Instagram equal attention on YouTube, so that it tries to also monetize their reels. So it gives them an opportunity for earning. So people are trying to now spend more time also on YouTube simultaneously while they were doing this for Instagram reels. So that's the competitive environment that's going to be in 2024. It's going to be Instagram versus YouTube here in India.
Yeah.
Neil, what's your advice for small business owners who have less budget in marketing?
So small business owners who have less budget in marketing, I will tell them to start partnering up with people. You know, if you sell, let's give an example of this. Okay, let's say if you sell shoes, okay?
Right.
And I sell socks. Well, people who buy shoes need socks, and people who buy socks, of course, need shoes. Maybe not all the time, but I can cross-sell your products and you can cross-sell my products. And that's what I mean when people should be partnering up. There's a lot of people who have a similar audience who, you know, you can cross-sell their products and they can cross-sell yours. Or if you sell toothbrushes and I sell toothpaste, every time you use a toothbrush, you need toothpaste, right? That's probably even a better example. So I can push your toothpaste and you can push my toothbrush.
Makes sense. I think some really good insights there. So right now, you know, a lot of small business owners are confused. Should they go or do SEO at the moment or not, considering it's becoming extremely competitive? Do you still suggest them and recommend them to invest and continue investing in SEO, considering that it's a lot of artificial intelligence that's taking place or booming up big time? So what's your take there?
We're still seeing a massive ROI in SEO. You just have to do it right and be consistent and create amazing quality content. Build a brand, update your content, build links. You know, all these factors still matter, but we still think companies should make the investment. We're seeing massive ROIs in it.
True. What do you think will happen if Europe bans advertisements?
I don't think they will ban it. I don't worry about that.
Today, there's a choice where people can pay and stop seeing ads. Do you see that's going to boom up big time, or that's going to be a very small number of people?
I think small number of people, and we're already starting to see that. So Snapchat is testing $10 a month. You don't see ads. Now, $10 may not seem like a lot, but if you're on 6 different social networks, that's $720 a year.
Sure.
A lot of people are going to spend $720 a year. You know, it starts adding up quite fast. According to Demand Sage, the average user is on 6.6 social networks.
Makes sense, because a lot of people in India have YouTube advertisements banned. They just pay about, you're right, about $10 or $15 a year, and it just sorts for them. Not even a month, that's $15 a year. So it's just like a fair deal. Neil, so...
But do a lot of people pay for it or no in India?
A good chunk of people, not many, of course. I think it should be about 5%, not, I think 95% still are watching the free content and they're not gone on the paid YouTube yet. So yeah, it's still free content.
And I think I think that's what you're going to see with majority. Majority of people will not pay. It adds up and it gets expensive.
Super. So guys, if you're enjoying this conversation by far and you're loving it, just go to chat and say enjoy in the chat right now. Lovely. Okay, I'll continue with the session. This is a very important question, and I got this question from a colleague of mine. How can someone become Neil Patel? What a 5-step-by-step process one needs to follow. Step by step.
So
That's-
one,
Yeah.
don't worry about being a Neil Patel. But be yourself. You can be better than me as well. Few things. One, focus on building a brand. To focus on building a brand, you got to put content out there, and you got to do it in mass quantity and consistently. From Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the list goes on and on. Number two, you need to focus on helping people. Don't worry about revenue. Focus on helping people first. It does wonders for your brand. Number three, in business, whenever you go into business, pick a big TAM. TAM stands for total addressable market. It's easier to make money in a big market like Geo than it is to make money in a really niche market. The riches are not in the niches. Number four, speak at conferences. It's amazing for brand building. Apply to speak at a lot of these events, even if you're not getting paid. It really adds up. Number five, keep experimenting. You're going to do stuff. It'll work for a bit. It won't work after a while. You got to keep trying new things and be creative.
Amazing. This advice of yours of speaking at conferences, I read this early in 2011 and in one of your articles on the blog, and I ardently followed it. I would have given more than 200 guest speeches at various events across the country in the last so many years and not even charged them then. And that helped me build my business. I have more than 150 to 200 clients today. And I think 80% of them have come from the conferences. So you're exactly right. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So that so everybody who's listening to Neil right now, whatever he just said right now is absolutely true. And you can just follow what he said. I mean, it just works magically. Instead of chasing businesses on social media, I think conferences puts you in authority spot and helps you get the right person connected to you. Okay. The next question. What's been the best marketing practice you did in 2023? Something unique.
The best marketing practice we did in 2023. I don't think there's anything that we did amazing. If I had to pick one, it would be use Twitter to figure out what content to push on the rest of the web.
Yeah, I think that's something
and that's helped our reach drastically.
Brilliant idea. I think that's some great take there. I think I'll try doing that too. I'm doing that on Threads and then I'm pushing it further. Okay, next question. How do you see India as a market for digital marketing in 2024?
Yeah, so I think India is a booming region. I think India is going to be one of the biggest markets. Don't worry about 2024. Think about, 2030. I think India will be a massive market. It'll be, US is the biggest market, China is number 2, and India by number 3 by far by 2030.
Lovely. What radical shift or upgrade you made in your agency business in 2023?
We haven't made many shifts. We just keep doing the same old stuff, and we adapt, and we actually make little tweaks, not major tweaks. Like using AI, experimenting with it, slowly implementing it. And the reason I say minor tweaks is once your company gets that scale and size, it's hard to just rip off the bandage and do major changes. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's easier to do small experimental tweaks and implement that and create processes and systems around there.
Super. Why should everyone learn digital marketing? I always say this, that everyone should learn digital marketing. And do you think the same?
I think everyone should end up learning digital marketing because I think it's a valuable skill set to market yourself. And you need it for anything. You want to get a job, you need to market yourself. Want to start a business, you need to market yourself, sell more products, services, right? Marketing is just a valuable skill set.
Super. ChatGPT, I think this is a question I asked you earlier, but this is one important question from an e-commerce per se. In e-commerce, what are the top reasons why someone adds product to cart and abandon them? Like 3 reasons do you think?
Well, we've done some surveys on this. The number one reason is pricing. like looking for a discount. Then it gets into shipping costs. They're looking for cheaper shipping or alternatives. And I forgot what the third reason was, but we surveyed people on this. Let's see if I can actually pull it up. Let's see if let's see.
Take your time.
Flyers for Mondays, social media.
So meanwhile,
Uh,
whoever's listening, you can go ahead and tell me what has been your biggest learning by far in the chat. Neil, you got the answer?
Let's see. I think no, I can't see the answer.
Okay, nevertheless.
But I got two of the three. Those two I know were on the list. I forgot what the third one was.
Okay, super. So what are some of the latest e-commerce ad strategies that you think could work brilliant or work really well for you? Something that you did so unique, something so uniquely done by you or your team, which you believe have got the maximum results for the client. Would you like to share some case study like that with us today?
Yeah, and a lot of people won't consider this marketing, but like give away something for free and then charge for something else. So like Aura Brush, which ended up selling to, I forgot who, it was a bigger, dental company. They gave away free tongue cleaner and they charged for toothbrush and mouthwash and all this. It was a good, tripwire, as they would call it. Gillette, they've done campaigns where free razor handle, because they know that you make the money from selling the blades, not the actual razor handle, right? As it's a numbers game. So what can you give away for free that people are charging for that doesn't cost you much, and sell them on something else that continually gives you reoccurring revenue?
Makes sense. What's your favorite audience in meta advertisements? Like, you specifically go do this, maybe custom audiences, lookalike. What do you like to experiment with? Yeah.
I really love lookalikes more than anything. It just provides amazing results.
Lookalike 1%.
Yeah. I don't know why people go to like 5%. Just the results aren't as good.
Super. Some quick personal questions. What time do you wake up in the morning?
Between 4 and 5 a.m.
Fantastic. Which is the most used app on your phone?
Gmail.
Super. What are the top 3 apps that you love the most in the recent times?
Top 3 apps that I love the most in recent times. Use ChatGPT a lot and Bard. I'll use that as one, but you may not consider that an app. I don't actually use a ton of apps on my phone. Like, just being quite honest,
top 3 tools.
I think there's too many apps.
Top 3 Neil Patel's top 3 favorite tools.
Okay, so I use ChatGPT and Bard. We'll call that as one. The second one that I use a lot is Midjourney for images. The third one I use a lot still, and this is the old one, is Google Search Console, because it shows me all my old content that I need to update that's losing traction.
Lovely. Okay. When do you plan to visit India next?
I think I have to come soon for a trip for Coca-Cola. So I should be there within 3-4 months, I think.
Fantastic. Looking forward to see you in person. Neil, as an entrepreneur, what do you think are the top most 3 skills that an entrepreneur needs to have, or an agency owner needs to have?
Sure. So, the top 3 skills that someone needs to have is good management, good sales skills, and creativity. Clients never have enough budget. You got to think outside the box. That's where the creativity is.
Thank you. Guys, if you love this session with Neil, just go in the chat and say, love you, Neil, right now. Buzz that energy. And thank you, Neil, for coming for this live session and being part of this one. It was absolutely amazing to have you here today and get some insights for 2024. Thank you for accepting this offer again.
Thanks for having me part of Digital Marketing Day.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So how many of you loved the session? Let me know in the chat. How many of you loved it? Let me know in the chat. Awesome. Amazing. Look at that energy. Wow. And what is that one big takeaway from this session for you? What is that one big takeaway from Neil's perspectives that you will take away today? Tools, experiment yourself, creativity, right? The hooks. I think the biggest takeaway for me was the hooks, right? He changed the hook, and all of a sudden it's like 3x, 4x the growth on his tweet, right? Hooks, exactly. Stay creative, be yourself. Lovely. Awesome. So what we're going to do is we are going to get these speakers uh, list on the screen. So what we're going to just do is if you guys love their content, just make sure you're following Saurav Jain. All right. It's at the rate Saurav Jain. So make sure to follow Saurav. He basically shares a lot about Instagram and digital marketing perspective, and also he runs a channel which is Marketing by Saurav. So just go give Saurav a follow. It's at the rate Saurav Jain. I'm showing you right on the screen. And also Neil Patel is here. So if you want to know things about digital, Neil Patel's Instagram handle is right on the screen. All right. So this is at the rate Neil Patel. Okay, makes sense. So let's go to the next session. How many of you are enjoying the session by far and want more? Because we have three more amazing speakers who are going to be sharing their insights in freelancing, going to be sharing insights in influencer trends, SEO trends, and a lot more. Yes, want more? Awesome. A lot of you asked a lot of questions with respect to the event. So right now I'm sharing the link of tomorrow's webinar. Just take few seconds before you can just enroll. So click on the link below. And some of you said you did not get the link. I'm just telling you again, go to my profile, which is at the rate Rishi Jain. Okay, it's at the rate Rishi Jain. Click on one of the post and just comment cool. Okay, don't comment here, but comment on my post. You'll get all the tools list that you need from today's session, and probably some more amazing bonuses for you going there. Okay, so just comment on any of my reel, and preferably this one, the latest one. Just comment cool and you'll get it, and also direct webinar link in the chat right now. Okay, so now let me invite you to the next speaker. Next speaker is going to be Aditya, and Aditya brings a lot of insights from the influencer marketing trends. So meet Aditya Gurwara. He is the upbeat co-founder at Chorus Brand Alliances. He's a tech enthusiast. He understands influencer marketing industry a lot better, and he's gonna bring in, and he's gonna say how he's bridging the tech and the creativity, which is bringing influencers all under one roof. So he's bringing the top influencer trends for you in the chat. Let's welcome Mr. Aditya. All right, so we have Aditya here, and over to you,
Hey,
Aditya.
how are you?
I'm good, Aditya. How are you?
I am unable to start my. Oh, okay, now I am. Sorry.
Awesome.
How
Over
are
to
you?
you, Aditya. It's all yours.
Thank you. So I'll just quickly figure out how to present my screen. Just to give a quick introduction about myself. So been in the space of influencer marketing for quite a few years now. It's about a touch 10 years now. We've been in this space for a long time. I hope the screen is visible. Just give me a thumbs up if it is, and then we can jump into it. Okay, awesome. Okay, I will basically come at you from a different point of influencer marketing, because influencer marketing always has two sides to the coin. One is, of course, the brand slash agency side, and the other is the creator side themselves. For the purpose of influencer marketing, I'm going to talk about the brand side more than how it is, and especially majorly from an Indian perspective, because there are trends that are happening outside as simple as TikTok, which at this moment are not possible in India. So I'm going to go at it from that point of view. Talking about influencer marketing, it is evolving at a quite an insane scale. Everybody talked 5 years ago, everybody was still not sure what the word was, but today every single person has it at the tip of their tongue. They know about it, they may not understand it completely, or some of them have experienced it, had success with it, or had failures with it. And there are various factors to it. So according to me, when we move forward towards 2024, focus is a lot on fixing what is not working, and with ways in which we can do that. Uh, there are so many questions when it comes from a brand perspective or a agency perspective, as it will this work, will is long term better, influencers aren't responding, how will it go, is it worth hiring a creator, what cost should I pay, they're asking too much, and various other factors. But at the same time today, while people build their own personal brand, which itself makes a person a creator slash an influencer, we saw Rishi right now. Sorry to put you on the spot, Rishi, but yeah, we saw Rishi, we saw his following, we saw Saurav's following. All of that makes an impact to push their own product or sale. That itself is influencer marketing, according to me. But today, a lot of brand stories are coming out because of influencer marketing, and they're also going negative because of that. Food Pharma is the best example. Check him out if you haven't. I won't talk about the stuff that he's spoken about. You can check it out himself, because de-influencing also comes in into a major factor. Uh, the industry is going to keep booming, and I don't see the industry slowing down anytime soon. We got, of course, there are various sources claiming different numbers, but one of the most common number that's being picked up is about $21.1 billion industry as of 2024 is what everybody's looking at, seeing that's going to happen. And the trajectory is pretty interesting. So this industry can't be taken lightly in any part of the world today, especially anywhere there's internet, the industry is thriving. China has a different way. Europe has a different way. America has a different way. India has a different way. What's working in China does not mean it will work in India. That is something very important. But of course, it's important to experiment as well. The biggest question when it comes to influencer marketing is everybody sees the great stories, say on LinkedIn, on Instagram. I worked with this creator, I got crazy numbers of sales. I worked with this creator, I got insane number of downloads. We always hear the good side. We don't end up very often hearing what didn't work, because that's the stories people don't tell. And if I'm being honest, that's about 70% of the case. And that, I believe, is the biggest part of influencer marketing that is working towards being fixed by various industry experts, industry people, knowledge sharing, money, various factors. Today, when we talk about influencer marketing, you can't equate a product like a skincare product with a car. You're not going to buy a car in India online. At least that's what I think. I hope it's the same, but yeah, you're not going to do that. Whereas skincare, you might just buy a cream online. It depends on the SKU size, SKU price, and all of these factors. But then people come and say, we worked with ABC, we worked with XYZ, we got likes, we got views. What happened? Like, how did this help? What do we equate this to is one of the biggest questions out there. How do you define a successful metric? Is sales the only metric? Because you can't move cars on sales, on online sales. Honestly, you can't move a lot of beverages on online. You can't move alcohol online, but they're all legal products to work with. You can't use tangible goods which are, say, above a certain SKU price online. People do their research. So what exactly is your objective is what really comes down to influencer marketing. One of the key objectives that people keeps equating it is the biggest KPI is always sales, but there are actually much other KPIs that other large brands focus on. Because a creator can come help you, an influencer can come help you with, be it as simple as awareness, be it as simple as going into the phase of consideration, which might lead to sale, which you can't directly attribute. We're still in the day and age where I think there was a session earlier where somebody mentioned, will traditional die? I don't think traditional will die. New ways of marketing will continue coming, influencer marketing being one of them. But you still see hoardings. You still see brands on hoardings. Why is that? And you cannot say that this hoarding convinced you to buy that particular product or that particular phone. But yet you see those hoardings, you see those movie hoardings, you see various other things on hoardings, TV, and various other factors. And the awareness consideration part of this entire conversation, while on digital, is separate. Attribution is about a big problem that's happening in the creator economy, as whether how much this particularly attribute to my particular product if I worked with ABC creator. It doesn't matter if it's a small creator, a big creator. At the end of the day, it's always a question of ROI as to how did it help you and was it worth it? And the mistake, again, people often make is the sale part of it. I'm not saying sales is not the end objective. It has to be the end objective. There's also a big layer. You can't move Coke online. Very often you buy Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and any of these products online. You might be buying them online, but not because an ad said so, but because you're buying maybe a biryani. I'm just throwing a random example at you. But it has to be top of mind recall also, and their awareness and consideration always play a factor. And then this is a big factor which if you put aside, and there's another entire side of it, especially the D2C brands, which are focusing purely on sales, influencer marketing, sales. And that changes the game a lot because how you do influencer marketing there also completely changes. But most of the people will tell you, if you speak to them online, not online, not sorry, offline, not online, offline, they'll tell you it didn't work for me. 70% of the people say that, but that you have to actually deep dive and understand why didn't it work and how can that change? Because you can say you ran ads. Nobody says running ads is bad, but enough people tell you that ad didn't work, running ads on Google didn't work for them. It depends how they did it. The biggest factor, which I believe for 2024 as well, is the fact that 70% of claimed creators have fraudulent data. Many of you have yourself received DMs maybe or emails or messages or maybe saying, pay me to buy a follower, pay me, I'll put followers, I'll put views. A lot of those creators don't even, because they haven't maybe gone down the channel that a lot of the people on this listening to this session know the fact that how you're supposed to run ads. But a lot of people think that advertising is actually real. And that itself is the biggest knowledge gap is the problem. And then there are enough creators and more which self-proclaimed creators who buy that data so that there's a public opinion or public reference point for them to make money. That is where influencer marketing will never, ever work. But you have to invest the time to figure that out. It's easy to say, make a list of 10, let's work with these 10. But if you're not going into the deep insights of it, that's where the failure comes. 2024, data will be the biggest game changer. People talk about data all the time, but you'll be surprised to know how many brands and agencies often just see an Excel and go forward. Yeah, these 10 are fine, let's move forward. That today the conversation is moving into likes and views. Okay, how many likes do they have? How many views do they get on an average basis? But is that audience relevant to the particular person or not? There are enough and more creators today who have, say, a 90% male audience and are selling skincare for women. It will not work. Tools, enough and more. One of us, of course, I don't want to be too much of a salesperson on this call, but tools will make a big factual change. It's already started in the last 2 years and it's going to become more and more aggressive as to any influencer marketing needs data discovery, needs insights, needs important understanding of what the particular person's audience is. Does it work for that, for your product or not at all? Everybody has some sort of idea what their product, what kind of audience their product will go. And is it matching or not at all? Which doesn't happen very often. I know it sounds very basic, but that's the truth. It doesn't happen. It's on Excel sheets. It's on basis of, I like this person, I don't like this person. And various decisions are often made like that. Versus now, tools across the market are coming out where you can analyze creators, analyze audiences of creators. Early adopters are already relying on it, and that'll move to the mainstream ecosystem as well. Top brands are already going for it. Top 6 agencies, like the agency ecosystems, are already going for it, especially the ones that run brand media. And if I talk about D2C, D2C is also slowly and steadily moving towards a more focused approach and a more experimental approach versus what they think could be right. Influencer marketing and relationships. It's unfortunate that data can't answer this question, but it's true. Personal relationships will always play a factor because if a person knows you personally, they might have a better interest or personal goal in actually pushing a particular product. People say that, if I work with ABC, I can push my sales or push my product or push my downloads. If the creator does not have a vested interest in doing so, they will just do it as a deliverable. And when there's no personal factor for a creator to push your product or service, the deliverables done, they go to the next. But if they have a personal vested interest in moving a particular product, that's what changes the game quite a bit for various creators. I'm not going to name drop here, but there are creators who have opened their brands, their own brands. And because they had a personal vested interest, they did a lot of content towards it in their own way to push those products versus the non-relationship transactional way where, here's the money, let's do it. They do the post, thank you very much, the game is over. That cannot be a long-lasting ecosystem. It has to be a common goal. I'm making something, you're making something, and that's where movement would really happen. But of course, who that particular person is what data will define. And I believe various brands are actually moving heavily into that space of building, be it top, be it D2C, connecting with creators, having transactional relationships. It all started with the Michael Jordan, the Jordans. It's happening with Virat Kohli and 1-8, and it's slowly trickling down to various creators in India opening up their own brands or partnering to open up brands. As simple as a post right some time ago where I saw a creator talking about the product range that somebody has created with them. But if they don't have a profit sharing ratio, they might not be interested. And this is, again, I'm talking about legit creators. So again, it's important to be transparent in this ecosystem. Long-term contracts will play a key game here because I'm still sure many of you see somebody talking, not tech, but let's just say fashion and travel. They talk about X phone one day, B phone one day, whereas you all know they're working on an iPhone. So if that convincing is not happening in reality, it's not going to change the game. And that is something that I've seen, especially in the last 1 year and moving forward heavily with a lot of tech brands to bring creators on a long-term basis with them, be it longer contracts, longer ecosystems, and long-term relationships. Because that is what was needed to convince their audience that they actually use a particular product. Because otherwise, it's like one day A, second day B, third day C, and that will never work. Trust plays the biggest factor here. A, with your audience, B, with the creator, if you're the brand or the agency. Trackability. I know a lot of people spoke a lot of data depth, but you'd be surprised to know a lot of people don't even know what UTMs are. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's true. UTM will change the game a lot because people are becoming smarter. People are becoming more aware of how ecosystems work. They want to track on their own personal level as to how the performance of a particular campaign is coming. And if it's about awareness or consideration, the biggest conversation has always been brand and upliftment studies. And how does an influencer marketing campaign actually attribute directly to a brand upliftment study? And if there is zero correlation, how do we bridge that gap? So again, I'm talking large brands, but at the same time, D2C or small brands also are focusing towards directly attributing if they spend 1 rupee, where did it go? And is CPV enough? So there's also the fact that some people don't even look at CPV, but yeah. Trackability, I know that there are enough e-com places where you can't track till the last mile. D2C can, very often when they have their own website. But trackability in terms of direct numbers, direct sales, clicks, conversion, drop at cart, directly from a creator is happening, and it will continue happening more and more as we move forward. If you don't know how to do any of this, I'm sure the Rishi, Saurav, any of them can help you out with a lot of data on all that stuff. I'm not going to go too much into that right now. Accessibility is a flaw that is getting addressed heavily in the Indian market. Why I talk about addressability, if you can, I'm just going to give you a realistic example of how it currently works. If you're one of the top brands in the country, which I'm not, again, to avoid name dropping because I don't want to be in trouble, the real ecosystem of top brands is not that you can just call them up and say, hey, let's do something. It's the brand. They have maybe one of the big 6 agencies that run their media. Those big 6 don't do influencer marketing themselves, so they subcontract it to a sub agency. The sub agency then goes to either directly the influencer / creator or an agency that manages those particular creators, or the biggest problem, false managers. A lot of people in the industry claiming to be their managers. Not the case. Cost escalations lead to, of course, bad ROI because too many people in the middle taking a certain percentage. If costs come down, ROI can automatically be a bit of a better result. And for that, accessibility on how to contact a creator, speak to creator, build your own relationship. And if not your own, at least if you're an agency, how you're to contact them directly versus going via. Sorry, I'm saying that, but it's actually the truth. Has to change. And again, tech is solving that. There are quite a few tech companies trying to solve that right now as we speak. Some are keeping that relationship closed doored, some are keeping it open doored. Uh, Many of them are planning to launch in Jan, the intel which I have. I don't know if they will. So accessibility to a creator will play quite a big factor, because if I throw someone, say for example, you have quite a big budget, you'd want to work with a certain big person, but you might not know how to connect. So you rely on the agency, but the agency also, while looking professional, might not know how to. And that ambiguity is where a lot of this conversation changes. Accessibility to a creator directly, or at least to the last mile, which is the correct source, is going to become a big factor 2024. And tech will solve it. The personal relationship still goes on to you, or the person who's at the connecting end of your side. Platforms. Yes, it's true. I'm not going to talk about TikTok from an Indian perspective. It was a big game changer, huge game changer. But at least for now, in India, it's a very dominated meta market, with YouTube, of course, being a big key player. But when it comes to influencer marketing today, roughly about 80 to 85% of the entire influencer marketing is happening today on meta platforms, mainly Instagram. I know I put Facebook there, but it's mainly Instagram. It's more a millennial slash Gen Z game. Facebook is getting a little older, I believe. But Shorts is going to come in strong. It's already come in strong. YouTube long form content, everybody knows about it. Some people are watching it on YouTube, right? Watching this on YouTube right now. Shorts is becoming huge. And a very simple difference between a meta reel and a shorts, other than the entire algorithm conversation, is the link under the shorts is clickable, which means you can redirect them to wherever you want. On Instagram description, it's not clickable. And even if you say that you can put it in bio, you can put it in stories, nobody does so many steps. That's too many steps to follow. And even if you click that link in the Insta ecosystem, you're redirected to a browser which is within the Instagram ecosystem, which again, 90% of the chances are you're not signed into that platform. Say Amazon, Flipkart, and you let them particular to a particular product or service. So you're going to re-log in, and all of this just becomes more than 6, 7 clicks to actually get that final product. Versus say on YouTube Shorts, be it on Android or Apple or your computer as well, it can directly open the app within your phone. Say you save a link of Amazon, it can directly open. Say you give the link of YouTube, of your own D2C website. If a particular person's been there before, they're already logged in, because Chrome or other platform or browsers already remember a lot of your data, or Flipkart, of course. All of that will make a key difference going forward, and YouTube Shorts will come in strong. So if you haven't looked into YouTube Shorts, definitely look into it, because creators are also moving towards YouTube Shorts from a simple factor that, other than their revenue being today very brand led, side income is also very important, and YouTube Shorts will offer that, maybe much more than Meta, because recently Meta shut down their program of paying creators for their reels that they're uploading in general, for the general views that they get. Versus YouTube has always honored its commitment, regardless of the pay difference abroad. They're still paying creators for the ads they run on their videos. Shorts will be the same case going forward. This, according to me, will be one of the biggest game changers going. People's attention towards YouTube becoming more and more important in the influencer marketing platform space. YouTube generally is, of course, a very popular platform. Yeah, that's about it. I think that would be it from my side. Rishi, over to you. I hope that was interesting, and I would love to answer anything you have on your mind.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Aditya, for bringing insights in the world of influencer marketing. Now, I'm open for questions from people in the chat. Let's take up some question. Aditya, can you stop sharing your screen so that, yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
This is cool. All right. So, Kavita says, loved your session. Very good and practical. Awesome. Thank you. Keep sharing that love for Aditya. So, Aditya, can you tell us, do people or do influencers with 1,000 or 5,000 followers or 10,000 followers make money via brand endorsements?
I'll tell you, I'm going to answer this in a very awkward way. I hope that's okay, because I'll tell you very honestly. coming on these sessions and kind of people that I've been on this session for the last 1.5 hours, to be honest, on the back end. And I've been watching a lot of questions that are coming up. So I think the people over here who are watching the session are actually very interested in this conversation. So I want to be very brutal and very honest about how this entire ecosystem is working. People are breaking this up into nano, micro, macro, all of that conversations. They're talking about 1,000 followers, 5,000 followers, all of that stuff. There are two sides to it. Genuinity. You talk about nano, I want to do 1,000 people nano campaign, 2,000 people nano campaign. It sounds good as a flex to maybe your next door marketer who's you want to show off to. Can people with 1,000 or 5,000 followers make money? Sure. Is it worth it? No. Because if you're a creator and you're at 1,000 or 5,000, your focus should not be working with the brand. Your focus should be your audience. And and if you're not going down to making that audience trustworthy, be it 30,000, I know creators who haven't monetized even after 100,000 followers. Do you know Food Pharma? You might have run across his content while he's de-influencing, to be honest. He's still not monetized his content.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So will he? I'm sure he will in time, because see, at the end of the day, everybody's got to put food on the table. Let's not be wrong about it. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. If you're at 1,000 and 5,000 and you're a creator, definitely focus on building that audience. But now let's flip the other question. If you're a brand and you want to work with people with 1,000, 5,000, again, I would break it down always to ROI. Because a person with 1,000 to 5,000 audience will not have a large audience, but will have a tight audience, which means they trust a particular person, or that particular person is their friend. Which means a friend definitely trusts, they know the game. And they know what their friend knows and what this person doesn't know anything about tech. Let's not even ask him. But maybe, okay, no, you know what? I know Rishi personally, and Rishi knows his tech. So if he's saying something about AI, I should listen. Versus say somebody else talking about it. This guy just saying it because he's been paid. People talk, people know things, and trust is an important factor.
Absolutely. And this brings me to my next question. You are into SaaS product, right? You run Chorus. So can you tell us what is it about and what does it actually do?
So I'll keep it simple. We started the company about 10 years back. And today, when we're talking about 10 years back, we started off as an agency, bootstrapped all the way, touch wood. Thankfully, things have been good. And about 7-8 years, we're a bunch of geeks, like you mentioned. We started a tech product because one of our biggest problems that we were facing in influencer marketing was non-transparency. Cut to where we are today, we run a product called Chorus, which is basically a SaaS software. We also have an agency on the side that helps brands and agencies do the influencer marketing, but our focus is a lot on the tech ecosystem, where the end objective is for anyone to be able to do influencer marketing in an effective and efficient manner versus the gut feel. Gut feel is important, but then back it up with a little bit of data. It's always nothing wrong with doing that. Do your experiments. Chorus today is with the top 6 agencies. We have about 40 to 50 agencies. With Chorus, when I say top 6, I mean the media buying agencies, because unfortunately or fortunately, either way, people think of it in different directions. Influencer marketing is often coming under the media mandate, which is your buying media. And buying media is often aligned with, say, when I talk about the big, large Fortune 500 brands, their budgets are bigger, so people love to go after them, to work with them, but they align their budgets very often with the top 6 or 7 media conglomerates, media pushers. The top 6 are as simple as WPP, Publicis, Dentsu, IPG, OMG, PhD, and for FCB and all furthermore. So that part of it is very important in that entire ecosystem. And Chorus is a place that some of these players, but I won't name who, but 4 out of the 6 have taken to run their media efforts. So, and of course, as various other brands are also taking it primarily to understand influencer audiences, influencer insights, direct connections, so that they don't waste their time figuring out how to connect with a particular person, even if it's with the final agency.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, Aditya. I think great insights. I would love to invite you again for a session with my students, and we can then talk more in depth about influencer marketing. Thank you so much for doing this session today. I've shared all the links for Aditya, which is LinkedIn or Instagram. Just give him a follow, and whatever questions you have, you can always ask him directly as well. Thank you so much, Aditya, and I'll catch up later. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. All right. So next up, we have Devendra Saini, who is the global head of SEO at MPL, the gaming wonder, which is valued at $2.3 billion. Now, how many of you know MPL? Let me know in the chat. I'm sure you'd have seen a lot of advertisements in maybe when you're watching IPL or I think any other sporting event. I think it's out there very strongly. So a $2.3 billion industry. He's the global head of SEO, and he is a wizard making MPL's online world super magical. He's has a record of teaming up with 100 plus brands. He's your go-to guy for anything to do with SEO. So let's understand a lot of noise in the world, which is can we use AI content for SEO? What's the future? Will it die? Will people shift to Chat GPT? Lot of questions which is unanswered, and I think he'll be the right person to answer for you. So let's bring Devendra here, and over to Devendra.
Hey, thanks Rishi for the introduction. Uh, I've been listening to this since last almost 3 hours now, no, since the beginning. And we started off with around 1.8K, and we are still at 1,000. That means the quality of audience is pretty much very elite, and people want to learn and grab, and that's a pretty good retention that we have right here. Hey guys, this side Devendra,
So
and
just say
I'll
hi,
just
Dave, in
quickly
the chat. Let's just give him a lot of energy. He's been there since the start of the session. Let's pump up. We have amazing speakers again lined up. A lot of insights. His session and after his session as well. Okay, over to you, Devender. All yours.
Yeah, thanks Rishi. Just give me a heads up if you can see my screen, guys. Yeah, I'll just quickly start off with my introduction. Who am I? As you know my name already, I'm Devendra. And just a second, I'll just post this down. Yeah. So just a second. Yeah. So guys, I've been into SEO since last 13 years. I started off very early when I was in my college. Like I started off with blogging, and then I quickly, jumped into how to acquire traffic on my blog. And since then I've been started off as black hat SEO. I would say where there were no good algorithms like Penguin, Panda, and all those early immature Google. You could rank easily, rank shit ton of keywords with a lot of black hat activities, stuffing, backlinks and all. So I started off, very early, and since then, I've worked with a lot of brands, and right now I'm spearheading global SEO and ASO both. So ASO is App Store optimization. You basically optimize your apps to rank on Play Store and App Stores. Like Play Store is for Google and App Store is for Apple, and there are a lot of other search engines as well that are available, like Bing, Yahoo, and some other. So we'll be focusing today majorly on Google only. So yeah, so MPL, I've been in with MPL since last 3 years. Prior to that, I was heading SEO and digital department at Observe, which is again a very leading digital marketing company. I worked there for almost 7 years and leaded a team of more than 50 folks over there. I have consulted a lot of brands like Trilopedia, Simply Learn, Daily Objects, and a lot of global brands that I couldn't even name right now. So more than 100 brands I have consulted. Meanwhile, working in specifically SEO and ASO since last 10 years. So I also write a lot or related to real world SEO problems, like what actually works in SEO with agencies, with product led SEOs, with actual operational issues. What actually goes down when you actually start doing things, and what goes wrong. So I write a lot about on LinkedIn how you should shape up your career. So you can just go and follow me as well. I'll have my URL after this session. So yeah, I'll just quickly start with because I want to set the base correctly of how search works, right? So this is how a basic search process works, right? So whenever Google basically crawls tons of data daily basis. So Google has these crawlers who crawls your web pages on daily basis. Every second, every microsecond, there is something that is getting crawled by Google. So all these crawlers will crawl your data and put into their index, and then Google has this thousands and thousands of micro algorithms that actually renders and evaluates like all the data points and compare with respect to whatever is it available. And when you search it, right, your one query, Google wants to present you the relevant result, right? So that's how the ranking index checks all the millions of web pages and make sure that you get the best possible 10 results out there, or maybe 12, whatever it is. Google, the main agenda of Google is to satisfy the searcher's intent on Google search result page. Whatever you're searching, Google wants to present you the right and accurate information. That's what that's how the brief search works. And your one page gets evaluated more than 200 ranking factors. It could be 250, it could be 300. No one knows. It's a black box. No one knows about that. Yeah, we just move on to the next one. So I'll just quickly again, this is again a fundamental slide. I would always want any forum to understand like what are some of the key fundamental pillars of SEO. I divide my approach of SEO into main three fundamental pillars. Like one is your technology, user experience and design, like where the user is landing, how your tech stack is there, how your tech has been solid in terms of setting up your website and all. And then the relevance part, what kind of content that goes into your tech, your HTML, your front end. And your content can be divided into your brand content, your product content, your information centric content, whatever content you want to present it to users. And third, that's the most important factors, your pages get evaluated, right? There are 100 brands out there who publish similar kind of content. Like now that's the way Google evaluates the pages, like on the basis of authority, how your authority is in the eyes of Google, in the eyes of users. So authority can further be divided into topical authority, your website strength authority, and overall architecture of your website. So fundamentally these are the three pillars where you're always you'll have to spend a lot of time as an SEO, or not ASO, but yeah, on an as an SEO you'll have to spend equal amount of time on all these three pillars. Because if any pillar is not in line, let's say your tech is broken, your content and your authority is not going to work. If your content is broken, your tech is fine, you're not going to get right results. And even if your tech and content is right, if you don't have the right authority, you might not work good. So everything has to go in sync, in parallel, in right direction, to make sure you have the right visibility in 2023, in 2024. And it has been the same fundamental since last 10 years, I would say. The fundamental pillars have been still the same. It's just the evaluation parameters, the guidelines, the ranking criteria have changed, but the fundamentals have still remained the same. Google wants to present the right page to the query, and that's what it is. Now, that's again, me at Google Search Central Live. That happened, a couple of months back in Bengaluru. Yeah, so I mean, I'll not go into nitty-gritties because we have a shortage of time. I assume that, the forum has some background understanding of, how SEO works, how on-page and off-page works. I'll quickly tap into what has and will change in 2024. Some of the areas that we're going to see. So I mean, that's the biggest pain point, and that's pretty much evident that Google is going to make more and more frequent changes to the ranking algorithms. And I mean, honestly, it's not even I mean, it's because of the GPT, I would say. The Google has to make a lot of content changes. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I'll cover. So Google has been pretty fierce in terms of launching back-to-back core updates, back-to-back spam updates, I would say. I mean, sometimes you just end up seeing one update, and Google meanwhile launches another one, and then another one, and it could be anything that can go wrong with your website. And honestly, you don't have to worry, because some things are not in your hand. Even after doing a great job, you can get you can get hit by algorithms in spite of doing very good work on your website, because it's just it's again those are machine algorithms, right? They'll have certain criteria that has been fed into them, and they'll evaluate the pages. So I mean, recently Google has just paused after November 2023 reviews update, but core updates, spam updates, reviews updates, helpful content updates, everything has been pretty much fierce from Google's side. So Google has changed a lot, I would say, and Google is going to change a lot of quality rater guidelines as well, because they're going to quickly update it. And obviously, you're going to see a lot of change in intent patterns as well, because a lot of things are going to get introduced in the SERP in 2024. Google also want to make a lot of amount of profit. So Google is also, anytime Google is not taking away all the paid ads that you see, it is further going to get increased. Google want to make more revenue. So it is going to get tougher, I would say, in organic in 2024. But yeah, ones who can, who knows how to, run the game, who knows how to run the show, they'll surely survive, and uh, and in that, and they'll have a great time with SEO. So we're going to see much ranking algorithm updates. And again, there is one thing that Google introduced after EAT is double EAT. Google introduced another E, that is experience, added to expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. To all folks who just don't know, EAT is a it's a kind of ranking mechanism that Google uses to evaluate a website's overall quality. How does Google want to evaluate one website with respect to their expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness, and with the experience added. So Google now wants to see if, let's say, if someone has if someone is writing on certain topic, and if, let's say, someone has just 1 year, they have just it's a very naive person who is writing a topic, and someone who is an experience in the industry of 20 years, so he'll write about that topic in more depth, more practical experience, more knowledge, more value will be added. So experience is one of the factors that Google has introduced into their evaluation criteria, and it is going to be very, very fierce into certain niches like finance, like medical, health, and certain other niches as well, where where any sort of I would say health, or any sort of monetary reasons can be impacted for any user. So obviously we'll have to look down for EEAT rules. Then the third most important thing that is going to change, and it is an upcoming feature, is Gen AI. So Google is giving birth to SG, which is generative experience. It is going to be massive. If it rolls out right now, as per my connects, I've contacted hundreds of experts on around globe. I would say it is they started to roll out, but they have not specifically rolled it out. But that's the generative result that you are going to see on the first top 25% of the screen. This query, in this slide, you can just see that uh, this query is particularly how to cure depression. Previously used to have those paid ads, but now we are going to see the generative results around on the first full. So that is actually going to push your blue links, blue links where you could rank go down. It is going to lower your CTRs. You have to take it from a pinch of salt, because that's where we need to optimize further. It is the organic results are going to take hit, but you'll need to explore more opportunity. There would be certain more opportunities where we can explore. But yes, SGs will also have the citations, but they'll not include all the citations. They'll only have 3-4 citations of the top website. So that's where as an SEO, it becomes slightly more tougher. It's not just about all the 10 results. It's about how to get into top 3, top 2, become an authority, and then will have more visibility, I would say. And it is going to shake two niches very evidently. One would be e-commerce, and second would be affiliate, because Google Google is going to recommend products right away in the generative results. Google is going to recommend right away the products fetched from the websites directly on the first fold. So merchant said again, that it's not just about websites. It's not just about those blue links. You need to optimize your website for all the sub features that Google is going to introduce. So these are some of the bigger changes. Rest fundamental still remains the same, but these are some of the bigger changes in the SEO that are going to come up. So obviously, an organic result, they are going to what traffic might get hit in certain categories. But yeah, when I was attending Google's conference, so there was one line that one of the speakers said that there is again 15% of the new search queries are pretty much new every day to Google. Every day Google is able to discover 15% new queries. That shows a kind of search, the kind of a behavior shift that is happening. Google is 15% is a very big number. Let's say if there is 1 billion searches that happens, then that is 15% is substantial amount of number that goes in. That is 150 million new searches daily basis. So that also opens up to the opportunity that your audience on search is growing day by day. So we'll again so SEO is no, it's not dying anytime soon, but it is going to get tougher for the ones who don't know how to play the game, who would be slow to adapt new things. That's where it's going to get tougher. So that's how, and everyone knows that what's the value of SEO, what's the value of organic, as a traffic holds in terms of customer acquisition cost, in terms of their LTV, in terms of the quality of user. It stands one of the best quality of users. Organic as a channel, even if the quantity is lesser, but the contribution in the revenue, the contribution in the in the overall matrix, it's pretty much very huge. Now, I mean, all of this is good, but Google is still far from being perfect. There is a lot of imperfection that goes on with Google. Even I feel that even after a lot of updates, even after working for almost 13 years, I still see Google doing silly evaluations. I see some websites that are not at all relevant. It happens. It is going to happen with everyone. That's a part and parcel of the industry, and you'll have to again take it as a pinch of salt. So there are certain these pointers I've specifically discussed in the Search Central. So Google still don't have a mechanism to calculate the ranking signals page wise when it comes to actual ranking. As compared to the quality rater guidelines, Google will know the page relevance and all the factors, but Google still evaluates all the ranking results on a site wide. So most probably, if something is being evaluated, something is being ranked, it is going to consider that where that content is hosted, and it is part of which kind of cluster in which kind of domain. That still has a very high amount of weightage in terms of rankings. So just imagine, I'm going to explain this thing in very simple and lame language. You take a rubbish article from a GPT, it's low value content, a 1,000-word content on any keyword, right? You host that content on an authoritative domain, and you host the same content on a new domain. Within next day, you'll find on an authoritative domain that content might, or it has a very high chances to rank even in top 5. But your new domain, it might get penalized. That's how the algorithm, the system works. We still trust websites on domain level. That's the loophole that, and even Google is not right now capable of solving this. They cannot evaluate signals on page level right now in terms of quality rater guidelines. Google still struggles to fight spam. I mean, it's all because of us, or it's all because of the SEOs, the marketers. Whenever they find out something that can be produced in a drastic manner, that can be produced in a very less cost, example content, there could be a good content writer, we would want to pay him, maybe he's an expert in the industry, want to pay $1,000 per article, and somewhere somewhere it will also trigger like, can I generate an article from GPT tool? But that it doesn't work. We it has been it has been abused by a lot of marketers out there. Google still gets thousands and thousands of websites that runs on GPT, that runs on AI content, and that is and it doesn't has any value, because it's just built on to make money, a quick quick money making website, and it gets penalized. So that's Google face this issue day by day, and it's increasing day by day for Google as well. So Google has to, roll out a lot of algorithms to fight that spam, a lot of filters, a lot of new approaches SEOs take, and again those new approaches needs to be fought by the algorithm. So Google wants to make search safe and relevant and qualitative. So that's the reason, the usage of AI and GPT, it kind of gets triggered by algorithm, because all the machine translated sentences that you generate from GPT can also be generated by 1,000 other folks. And it's the content right now, the quality of content, it's all taken from multiple sources, and it's machine. So if there is no human layer involved and a lot of other layers involved, that content is going to catch by algorithm, and if it's not adding value, it is going to get, you're going to get hit. So, yeah, so algorithm hits can be false positive as well. Again, I was just, I so before running to, I guess Neil was talking about even, Wikipedia, right? How to get, how website gets, how Wikipedia can, even Wikipedia wasn't, saved by algorithms. In December 2020, core updated, which was launched on 3rd of December 2020, Wikipedia got a massive hit. We'll just, quickly see Wikipedia.org. This tool is Ahrefs. Basically, I use this tool day in, day out for all my SEO related operations. So if you'll see, I'll just quickly navigate through organic search. So if you see this curve, Wikipedia was dominating till January 2019. Google became slightly more fiercer, and even Wikipedia got a massive hit in November 2020, which like this timeline is basically 3rd of December, and Wikipedia's organic traffic, it tanked basically. Almost 80-90% of the organic traffic lost for almost 1.5 years. Then there are a lot of changes that Wikipedia made, and again it is slight. Right now they are recovering well, but again they also have to, they are also not saved. The A lot of criterias Google has changed in terms of rankings and all. So it's not like you got hit or everyone can get hit, and it's just you have to move on, you have to adapt, and work more, and again get back, and that's how this industry is going to be. So first, algorithm hits can be false positives. Sometimes you just have to wait. The negative impact goes maybe 2-3 weeks after you again come back. It happens, and you cannot do anything at that point of time, because Google itself tells that if you got a massive hit from a core update, the high chances you're going to get recover in the next core update. Parasite SEO, it still works. Again, it's a sign of imperfection. If the same example I told you, if a rubbish article gets posted on an authority website, it sneaky, it kind of makes its path to first page. That's how algorithms are. It might get down, let's say after a month or two, when Google again further reevaluates. But yeah, for a temporary period of time, Parasite SEO kicks in. And a lot of pages from on an authoritative website hosted with low quality content can still rank the rank on page 1 and top 3. That's how it works. Vast majority of EAT and helpful signal evaluation still happens with the weightage of websites overall authority. So these are some of the imperfections of Google that SEOs have to live with, and it is always you'll always see happening around with Google right now. That shows that even after tons of AI, even after tons of Gen AI, even after tons of algorithm, it's still Google's that the foundational element. Google will still find it slightly harder to evaluate pages. Which page is more relevant, which page is not. So that's how it is right now. So now let's say now how to cope up with SEO in 2024 with those with everything goes in place, Google going mad on algorithms. What are some of the major areas which I have discovered, which I have worked with a lot of other experts in the industry as well, SEOs from different companies, different genres, affiliate SEOs. There are after auditing hundreds of websites in last 1 year, working and consulting with a lot of websites, there are certain areas where I found certain there are all the 3 pillars where we can add value and get better in 2024. So when it comes to content, you have to be very superior in terms of intent satisfaction, because that's the main role. If you are searching something, your page has to be the best possible page out there for that query. If it is not, you're going to get thrown out. So there are certain search intent that goes.
Yeah. Just sorry. Just yeah. You just almost the time's up, so we'll do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
It'll not take more than 5 minutes. So
sure.
yeah. So So majority of the areas in the content has to be driven by superior intent satisfaction. Again, having a good topical authority, and again evaluating your website contents with expertise and experience. Again, Neil again talked about refreshing your content. So it's not just about refreshing your content. It's about there are a lot of pages that are lying around on your website which are not adding any value. You'll have to prune them. So pruning is very essential. Otherwise, you're going to hit your website might face some difficulties in ranking. And then updating your content as per QDF. QDF is query deserves freshness. So this again a freshness algorithm that works in Google. So your pages has to be fresh in on specifically on those queries where Google needs fresher content. It has to be updated. And then you'll need to use NLP entities. So if you use combination of all these things in your content, then you'll find it slightly easier in your SEO strategy that you might you might have a good time in 2024. Again, then in the tech SEO, again your website has to be crawlable, and it has to be rendered by crawlers. That's a lot of big website has those issues. Then your crawl depth has to be optimal. You have to fix index bloat. That's one of the key areas where most of the websites get also hit because there is a lot of bloat that is lying around in the SER page. In spite they publish good content, they have good pages, but there is a lot of bloat that comes into place. Again, cannibalization is again it has been there, and it is one of the very crucial issues. Can raise quality related concerns on your content. Then crawl budget. Again, user experience related. It has your pages has to be fast and intuitive. Crawlers, if the content has to be the same, whether it's to crawlers and users, it has to be the same. And you'll need to use a lot of schemas. So if your tech SEO is slightly optimizing these guidelines, then you'll again have a good time in 2024. Then again, this is one of the last parts where everyone have a lot of eyeballs on, like, how to build authority. I mean, again, EEAT, a lot of SEOs also gets confused, like EEAT is all about on page. No, it's not just about on page, because Google don't have the right mechanism to check your degrees, to check how much experience you have. Google doesn't want to spend that much resources right now. So everything gets 80% of EEAT scores are still getting evaluated with the right amount of links that we built, or the right links that a domain has. So whatever you are doing in terms of link building, it has to be in correlation with the digital PR, your brand marketing efforts. So it has to be super qualitative. You cannot do some spammy shit and you can feel that your authority is good or your DA has become good. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to gain some good solid backlinks in the industry. That's how it works, and that's how authority website also works. So authority is the key. Whether it's topical authority on a certain topic, or whether it's overall authority in terms of domain strength by links. Then I guess we are short of time, so these are some of the quick tools that I mean, there is no crazy tool out there that can change and shape GPT. Everyone has. GPT is not an SEO tool. It's a content tool, or it's a different tool that solves a different thing. SEO is just one application for ChatGPT and all the related tools. So yeah, open to questions, Rishi. I guess
Awesome.
the one last slide is like SEO is not free. It takes time, and it's not a one man's job. Prefer quality over quantity. It's not cheap. Speed is the key, and execution. No execution means no results. You have to execute things.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thank you.
folks. I hope you enjoyed, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much, Devinder. I just shared your LinkedIn. People, you guys can follow him. He's done amazing stuff in the field of SEO. Raghavi says loved it. Share your love in the chat for Devinder and let him know about this session. And also, I'm going to take up just one quick question for people. Devinder, people just want to know the tool slide. If you can just share those tools slide, it would be great.
Should I share it again?
Yeah, you can just share the screen again, and people can take a
Yeah.
screenshot of this so that you can see that that's his recommended tool that he uses personally. So this is your tool stack for SEO that I believe you can look into, play around with it and go around. All right. Devendra, thank you so much for doing this. And we're going to have a personal chat. We have two more speakers. So I'm just going to go on to the next speaker. And let's just thank Devinder in the chat. And again, as I said, I'm just sharing the LinkedIn profile. It's Devinder Saini, and just give him a follow. He shares a lot about insights on AI. Thank you so much, Devinder.
Thanks. Thanks, Rishi. I hope there are no questions, right?
We will take up the questions towards the end. So what we'll do is we'll
Okay.
go for the next speaker so that we can just try to get some time here. Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. So
Thanks,
we'll take up
guys.
questions in
Thanks.
the end. Lovely. Thank you. Saurav is also here. Just a second. Uh, yes. So just a moment here, Devinder. Saurav, are you there? Okay, all right. So now let's invite our next speaker. And okay, just a minute. Sorry for the technical glitches. There is some confusion. So sort of over to you.
Hi, thank you so much, Rishi. So we'll have our next speaker. Who's the next speaker, Rishi? Who's lined up today?
So we have Michael Janda.
Absolutely. So it's Michael Jenda, somebody that we look up to. Michael's the guy who designed success for himself. He's here to uplift freelancers worldwide. He's not just a big shot with HBO and Google. He's your go-to creative buddy. Michael's got the whole creative and entrepreneurial vibe going on. So we're gonna quickly welcome Michael here today and learn from Michael Jenda.
So
So,
basically, just to give you some more perspective, Michael used to run an agency, got to $30 million in sales. He has clients from Google, Disney, Fox, and many other places. And he's the creative guy. He is the go-to guy for your creative freelancing side of things. So over to Jenda here and look at his amazing setup. Let's welcome him in the chat.
fantastic. So, Michael, I love the setup. You know,
Hey.
I envy that setup that you have.
Thank you. It's so fun. You know, I love my setup too. I collected bobbleheads for a long time and I had them all in my agency studio. And then when I sold my agency, they all became part of this. And I don't get nervous that somebody's going to steal my style of setup because it would cost a fortune. It took me like 15 years to build up this collection. So I think I'm pretty safe in my style.
I can still steal it. I'll possibly take a
You
print out.
can.
I can take a print out of this and stick it on the background.
I'll send you a picture and you can throw it as a backdrop.
All right. So, you know, today, Michael, I've loved your work, always admired what you've been doing. Today, Rishi is going to host you. Rishi is my younger brother. He's co-founder of Digital Scholar, and he's going to shoot some questions that we both have prepared for you. And I'm sure it's going to be a mind-blowing session. Guys, there's every single piece of content that Michael shares on his Instagram is going to blow your mind. So please follow him on Instagram. Please share his URL there and follow him right now, connect with him, and every piece, like, you know, there's so much that I learned from him personally. So over to you, Rishi, host Michael, and let's learn from him together.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Sarav. You're awesome. So fun to be invited back here. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for making it here again and again. It just,
I love it.
yeah, thank you.
I love this event. You guys do so good. It's so good. Just the
Thank you.
hosting, the guests, the questions, all of it. It's just awesome. So I'm a yes whenever you want me to come.
Thank you, Michael. Love you.
Yep.
Awesome.
Over to you.
So Michael, I've prepared some question on the basis of what people wanted to know. And let me start the first question for you. And we wanted to understand, how was your freelancing journey in 2023? What changes you saw in the industry and what trends did you go through?
So that's a great question. I'm not freelancing anymore, but I'm coaching a lot of freelancers and agency owners. And I think the big change is the topic of your entire conversation today. It's AI and the changes in AI. And what I've seen, and I've felt it, because anytime I talk about AI, I get a few haters that come in that are just so mad about AI in the creative industries, specifically generative AI, the generation of text copy, the generation of SEO titles and descriptions, the generation of images. All of this is like the hot button that is really frustrating and scary and angers a lot of creative people. And that, I mean, undoubtedly is the biggest shift in this year. It's probably the biggest shift that we've seen in the creative industry since the internet became, or maybe mobile phones. We had these two big major shifts. It was the creation of the internet, and then cell phones. Oh, there's another one, social media, and now AI. So in the past 30 years of the creative industry, there are four massive shifts, and this is the fourth. And looking back, what did you do? I think my question to freelancers is, what did you do when the internet was created? If you were part of that run, which I was, I started building a lot of websites. So I managed my way through that shift. When cell phones became the thing, smartphones became the thing in everybody's pocket, what did you do? Did you shift to creating apps for mobile devices? My agency, we waited too long. We made a mistake. We didn't jump on that train early enough. It took us a couple years before I embraced that as a piece of our business. And then the third one, social media. What did you do when social media exploded? Did you bury your head in the sand and say, oh, I can't compete on social media. I don't want to do that. I don't like to put my face out there. I don't want to be in the rat race of content. Or did you embrace it for yourself and embrace it for your clients? And you can see people like Saurav, who these past 4 years has grown a massive audience because of just massive consistency. Every single day, he's embraced that as the shifting trend. So the question for freelancers is, what are you going to do now? Because AI is the next big shift. Out of the four in 30 years, it's the big one. What are you going to do? Are you going to bury your head in the sand and say, oh, I hate AI. I can't use it. I'm mad at anybody because AI steals other people's content and regurgitates it back with some changes and then passes it off as something new? Is that going to be you? Or are you going to say, this is a tool that I have to figure out how to use because it is not going to go away, and all my competitors are figuring out how to use it right now? Neil Patel mentioned Midjourney in his talk an hour and a half ago or so. And I watched his talk. I've watched all the talks since his. And he mentioned Midjourney. He's using Midjourney. He has a massive audience of digital marketing as his platform. And Midjourney is one of his top 3 tools that he mentioned that he uses. So what's happening in the world of freelance? It's a polarization of people embracing AI as part of their workflow, and then people getting mad about AI and resisting the change. Which camp are you going to be in? And there's really not much middle ground in between them.
Also, great insights there. AI has to be adopted for freelancers. Now, what is that new tool that you tried that just blowed your mind? Is like, wow, what an amazing stuff, and that really helps you become more creative.
ChatGPT, I'll talk ChatGPT first. ChatGPT is the best brainstorm partner ever. And for freelancers who are working alone, you should have ChatGPT up on your screen all day, and you should be asking it questions like I do, like this. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm making a thumbnail for my next video on YouTube. I need an idea for the background image or the thumbnail image of my YouTube video. It's about rush fees. How do we charge clients rush fees? And then ChatGPT will spit back to me ideas of what that image could be. When you're a solo freelancer and you don't have somebody sitting next to you all day long to bounce ideas off of like you do inside of a business with multiple employees, man, ChatGPT is your brainstorm friend. Open it every day and just brainstorm with it. You don't have to use the content. You don't have to use the copy. You don't have to feel like you're infringing on copyright violations and things, that it's stealing text from somewhere else and you're pasting it into your SEO based website. You don't have to feel any of that. You can just use it as a brainstorm partner. And ethically, you're not bridging any, or you're not crossing any barriers that you might have, that people feel in that resistance to AI, that ethical, the business ethics side of where does AI get this information? Man, just use it as a brainstorm partner. That's the best way. So ChatGPT was one. The other thing I'll tell you, I get excited about this stuff, so I get talking. But the other one, Dolly, when I first tried it, let's say 4 months ago, it sucked. The results sucked. And then I tried it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so good. Like what it outputs is so good. And I was playing around. So the learning of AI, the machine learning, is getting so good. It's fixing the crap that it used to output. Midjourney fixed its finger problem largely over the last few months. When you first had Midjourney, it had all these weird fingers stretched all over everything on people's hands, and that's largely been fixed. You'll still see it occasionally, but the AI tools are getting smarter. And I played last night with Meta AI and their generative image AI that just launched, I think, yesterday. And man, it was good right out of the start. It didn't have any finger problems. It didn't have any weird artifacts floating around and stuff. It was good. So I get a little nervous sometimes thinking, man, if it starts this good, where is it going to be in a year, 2 years, 3 years? It's kind of mind blowing.
Absolutely. And I agree to the fact that the moment you said about Midjourney, the fingers overlapping and going here and there, it's been fixed, and DALL-E has actually become amazing. Which brings me to an amazing question somebody asked in the chat. And the question is the idea of one-man agency today is possible using AI and of course the paid version of ChatGPT 4? Do you think a one-man agency is a possibility today?
I think a one-man agency was a possibility when I started my agency in 2002. And that's almost 22 years ago now when I started my freelancing. And I was a one-man agency for the first few years. And I was able to be a one-man agency because I could design it. I could code it. I did front-end code, HTML, CSS, Flash. I could make the things in Macromedia Flash at the time. Now Adobe Animate is what Flash became over time. Anyway, Flash was big back then, and I could build it in Flash and write in action script code and things. So I could be a one-man agency back then. The difference today is that you don't need to know how to do HTML, CSS. You can use Webflow or Wix Studio or something, an AI-based tool to write your code for you that you can use. You don't need to be an illustrator. You can use image generation tools to create the illustrations that you need for the design that you're doing. So instead of hiring employees, the future will be, if you choose, you can hire AI tools or use AI tools to perform services for you in your business.
Absolutely. I think that makes sense. Now, coming to the next point, what are your ways, or if you were to teach somebody this, what would be the best ways to get clients in 2023? Because somebody's asking, it's a saturated market. There are a lot of freelancers, a lot of agencies. How do somebody gets a good client, and where do you hunt them for?
Yeah. Okay. So let me answer this with two parts. The first part will be just kind of the standard recommendation that I make about finding clients. And then the second part will be about differentiating from all of the other masses. And it has to do with AI. So the first part is the way that I built my client base was through relationships. It was, I meet one person and then I get to know that person on a human level. I know about their family. I know about their commute to work. I know about what their interests are and hobbies and things. And they're a client of mine. So you land one client through relationships. You can build a relationship. Look at Saurav and I. Over the last 4 years, we've built a relationship through Instagram. We've never been face to face with each other. You guys are on the exact complete opposite of the world from me. It's 12-hour time difference right now. So I could start digging a hole and I'll pop out in your office. That's the exact opposite end of the world. But we've been able to build a relationship, and I consider him a friend of mine because of all the DMs, because of coming on your events and things. That relationship happened through social media. Hey, Saurabh turned on his camera for that. But it happened through social media. So there is no limit to your ability to build a relationship with anyone. Saurabh, I'm sure, and I have tons and tons of Instagram friends that have 200 followers, but they are so supportive of me. They reply on my posts, they send me DMs, they share my work, then we start chatting and we talk about their life and my life and we become friends. I have so many of those people that are in my thing. There's no limit to them building a relationship with me. And I have them in Jeddah. This a friend, Sohaib, is in Jeddah, and he messages me almost every day. If he's watching this, I don't know if he's watching this, but if he is, shout out to him. Every day I get messages from him, and he takes pictures of him walking down the street in Jeddah and sends me little videos and stuff. And sometimes I show my wife, and I'm like, hey, look at what he just sent over. Look at what's happening in Jeddah right now. And that kind of thing, there's no limitation to who you can build a relationship with. And that's where the client foundation comes. You build relationships at scale, and then some of those people turn into clients of yours. That's just the nature of it. That's how my client list grew. So that was part number one to how do you find clients? Man, go start making friends. Send me a DM. I reply to every single DM I get. Not everybody does that, but I do. I reply to every DM, except for the people who reach out to me and they're not following me. If they don't follow me, I'm like, come on, you're asking me a question, and you haven't even taken the time to follow me. So follow my channel and I will reply to you. I reply to everybody, and I have for years. That doesn't have to stop with somebody like me. Do that to the creative director over Pixar's division of Disney. Do that to your favorite Marvel project manager. You know, if you're a big fan of Marvel and you find a project manager on LinkedIn, go build a relationship with them and just make it a supportive relationship. You do not start by saying, hey, I'd love to work with you. You got any work for me? They're not going to hire you there. But if you build a real relationship of support, you're giving them value. You do that over time, you're going to be able to transition some of those people into clients for you. Okay, did you want to interject anything there before I go into part two of this long-winded answer?
I think it's good. You can continue.
Okay, so part two of this is differentiation. The question was, how do we find freelance clients in 2023 and beyond? The scary thing that is happening right now for a lot of freelancers is AI. It's scary to them because their world revolves around creating the thing, and now AI is creating the thing. If you're an illustrator, you can easily be scared of AI because, oh no, somebody can type in a text prompt and get illustration that's better than what I can even do. Oh no, what am I going to do? Or, oh no, I'm a copywriter and somebody can type in a prompt on ChatGPT and get an article that is better than what I can write myself. So, oh no, when your business focuses on delivering the thing to the client, you're creating the thing, then AI is your enemy. You're afraid of AI and you're competing with everybody else that can create the thing. And the way to differentiate from this, and you should start doing this now, is to worry more about how do you get the thing that you create in front of the right people. That's the question you should be answering. It's not about creating the thing anymore because there are a billion ways to create the thing. But if you can understand how to get the thing in front of the right people, that's the creative strategy side of the industry. And that is your safe haven for AI. and for all the other freelancers out there that can create the thing. Your safe haven is in creative strategy. If you can start answering questions, I have 10 questions. Actually, let me share my screen so people can jot these or screenshot this. So let me go in and I'm just going to share this. I have 10 questions that can be the focus of shifting you from creating the thing to the creative strategy of the thing. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, all good.
Okay. So who is your target client? These are questions you can ask your clients. You sit down with a client and this is going to differentiate you from all the other people that create the thing. So client wants a new logo. This is the scenario. Client wants a new logo. One designer comes in and says, okay, I can create a logo for you. That'll be $400. Okay. And then the client says yes or no. And oftentimes the client will say, well, let me go get some other bids. And they find somebody who does it for $300. They choose the $300 person because there's no differentiation between you creating the thing. The only differentiation is $100 cheaper. And the scary part is that they're just going to stop going to a freelancer and they're going to go to an AI tool and they're going to type in, I need a logo for my fishing store. And then it's going to spit out 50 logos to them that they're going to pick one and they're not even going to hire you. So that's the problem that you have as a freelancer. Now, if you approach your business like this, the client comes to you and says, I need a logo, and you enter into a conversation like this. Okay, great. We love to create logos. Who is your target client? Who are you trying to reach? What problem do they have in their business? And what services or products do you have that solve those problems? And what's your marketing messaging? What is the text that's going to resonate with those target clients? What are your marketing channels? Are you marketing through a website, social media, in person, trade shows? What are you doing for marketing channels? How frequently are you marketing your business on these channels? Who is marketing their business in a way that can work for you? Is there somebody else you admire, like a Red Bull or an Apple or somebody that's marketing their business in a way that could be translated into your business? Who are your biggest competitors? How is your business positioned in comparison to those competitors? Are you cheaper? Are you better quality? Are you more expensive, but same quality? Where are you positioned in the eyes of the target? And then why should they choose you instead of all the other options? Why should the client or why should your customers choose you? Now, if you have this conversation with your clients, this wipes out AI. AI becomes your friend here because AI can write some messaging for you. AI can help you problem solve. If you identify who the target audience is, you can ask ChatGPT, what are some of the problems that a dentist has in finding customers? Ask ChatGPT, and they'll tell you, well, they probably need to market this and that and blah, blah, blah. These are some of the challenges that they face. Or who is a good target audience for dentists that are trying to market their services? You can ask ChatGPT. All of a sudden, with this line of questioning, ChatGPT and AI in general becomes your friend. It becomes your ally in your business, not your enemy, because your business is focused on creating the thing, but more importantly, getting the thing in front of the right people. So I think that this is just the mindset shift that has to happen for creatives right now. Otherwise, they're going to feel like this right here. AI is your enemy because you're so worried about designing logos. AI is your enemy. And if that's the core of your business, it should be scary to you because the tools are going to do it faster and better than you. They already are doing it faster and better than a lot of people. So make this line of thinking your focus. All right, I'm gonna unshare my screen. So if anybody wants to screenshot this, do it. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so that was a little bit long-winded on that response, but I think it's so important. It's so important.
Amazing. So I think this was a brilliant share, and I also understand the fact that a lot of people do something called as machine gun sales, right? So when people ask, "Hey, do you do this service?" and all they do is, yeah, I do that. I'm the best guy, and these are my features, and this is what I charge, right? But
Yeah.
how Michael has shared that you're supposed to be doing something called as consultative selling, right? You need to really understand the problems and see if you're the right fit for that particular service, build that relationship, and then try to sell. It makes much more sense for you to get that particular client. So always focus on consultative selling. Like, these 10 questions are brilliant. I'm saving this as well. Thank you so much for sharing this as well.
I love that
Perfect.
phrase that you said, consultative selling. And you imagine the difference in the conversation when the client hears those 10 questions from you in that conversation, and then they have the other designer that said, okay, $400 for the logo. And then they're talking with their business partner afterwards, and they say, okay, well, Michael was $5,000 for his engagement. But man, we're going to get so much more than the logo. He was caring about our business and how this logo was going to perform and how it was going to reach the audience and our competitors and how are we going to differentiate from them. He was talking about things that were like business level 10, and the other person was like logo design business level 1. Yeah, we could be $400, but I want the strategy behind it. That makes sense to me. And all of a sudden you're outselling people at higher prices. You got to start doing this to save your own future as a creative freelancer, because the tools are doing it. They're doing it for you. Make AI your friend and make this the positioning for your business.
Perfect. So
Amazing.
I always say this, Michael. So whenever you sell to a client, instead of first sending them the pricing, your pricing to them, first help them understand the value proposition, and then you charge them, because there's no way that they would then deny to work with you, because they understand the amount of value that you're offering than just the product or the property. Make sense?
I love that. Okay, so Saurav, of clients you've worked with in the past, what percentage do you think can answer those 10 questions? What percentage of business clients that you've had can answer that?
I think very less. It's only 50% of them understand about their own business. So
Yeah.
sometimes ask these questions. It also helps the client know that there is so many things that they don't know, which you have made them realize. So the moment
Yep.
you make them realize, they start to respect you more. So the
Yeah.
more you ask these questions, the more you understand your client, the more you get business from them. And I think all these 10 questions are just aptly put across. It's like $1 million value that all of us have got today from you. I've in fact taken a screenshot and I've shared it on my story too, so that every
Thank you.
following me also get benefited out of it.
Thank you. I think you're being generous with the 50%. I think it's a lot lower. And, you know, one thing that made me scared to ask these questions early in my freelance journey was because I didn't know how to answer them. Like, if the client said, I don't know who my target client is, and then they would say to me, who do you think my target client should be? And I would be afraid, because I was like, how do I even figure that out? I don't know. How should I message my business? I don't know. But you don't have to have the answers to this. The client does. It's the client's business. You need these answers for your business. But there is no risk in you asking these to the client, because they're the one that should know this. And Saurav mentioned this, that it opens their eyes and makes them realize, man, I thought I was doing good in my business, but that sure makes sense that I should know how my business is positioned in comparison to my competitors. I should really know that. Asking the question automatically positions you higher in business acumen than the client, even though you don't know the answer. The nature of asking the question positions you as an expert in their perception. And they have to figure out the answers, and you can help them figure out the answers. Just keep asking them questions and write down what they say. Ask them more questions. And if you don't know how to respond, then ask them a question about their question and write that down, and then take it all back and sit back with ChatGPT and brainstorm the questions that you got from the client that you couldn't answer. Brainstorm with them, or brainstorm with your favorite creative buddy, and work on it. But you can solve this stuff, but you got to start asking these things.
Brilliant. Take these questions, define who the client is, put it on ChatGPT, get the answers. That's what Michael is trying to say. And look
Yeah.
smart. Yeah. Okay, Michael.
Yeah, and you look smart. Yeah.
Michael, we would love to learn a lot more from you, but we are running short of time today. And I will try to schedule an interview with you, which can go on my podcast. And
I
I
would love
think
that.
a lot to learn. I think 20 or 30 minutes is too less with you. I think I'll need a little longer time. So
I
thank you. Yeah.
thank you.
Michael, thank you for honoring us with your time today. And it's just mind blowing whenever we talk. It just blows our mind whenever we talk to you.
Thank
Thank
you. It's always so fun, and I love your events, and it's just so great. So thank you.
Share
Appreciate
your
it.
love in the chat, everybody. And please do follow him on Instagram as well. Lovely. I've shared all the links. Great. Lovely. People love this session. Sort of. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Love the session personally as well.
Thank you.
Over to you, Saurav.
All right. So my next speaker for this evening, this last speaker. So stay tuned. You've been here till this time. I know that you guys have been committed to the timing today. I would like to introduce Rajiv Dhingra, the founder and CEO of Rebid, a visionary leader dedicated to shaping the platform-driven future of marketing and advertising with a keen focus on innovation. Rajiv is at the forefront of redefining the industry landscape, propelling Rebid as a key player in the dynamic world of digital marketing. So today is going to talk about future of digital advertising. I have been looking up to Rajiv since I don't know how many years now. And it's like, I think when I started my career in 2011, is when I looked at Rajiv and I always wanted to become like him. A lot of agency owning, I mean, a lot of things I learned as an agency owner comes from Rajiv. So Rajiv, thank you for dedicating this December 16th evening to Digital Scholar. It just means a lot that you always never say no to this program. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Saurabh, for having me, and you're very kind with your words, and it's always a pleasure to be here. It's amazing that almost 800 people are tuned in at almost 10 p.m. A few people are like me who sleep early. This is graveyard shift time, but I hope I'm able to make it worthwhile for people, and there are 20 minutes on this talk. I'll try my best.
Over to you, Rajiv.
Thanks. I'll just quickly share my screen. I don't know if people can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, all good.
Yes.
Yeah. Just hide this. Up. Okay, cool. So my topic is actually the future of digital advertising, and I have some quickly to give people background of how I'm qualified to even talk about this. I spent about the first 15 to 17 years of my career building a digital advertising agency that did everything around digital advertising and digital marketing, right from search, social, programmatic, SEO, website development, and whatnot. It was a 500 people agency called What Consult. And over the last 3 years, I've actually, worked on a platform called Rebid, which is my third company, third venture, which has actually been into martech and adtech, and involves everything from data to AI. So yeah, I've been around for now 18 plus years, doing digital and digital marketing, martech, adtech, all of that. And everything that I'll share out here actually comes from that experience. So before we sort of look ahead at the future of digital advertising, let's look at the last 3 years. What the pandemic has actually done in 2020 is made everything digital and made it possible for everyone to believe that, right from hotel menus to food ordering to medicines to whatever you can think of, can be ordered and consumed, ordered and shopped digitally. And a lot of services, people themselves can do their jobs digitally. They don't have to go to an office, right? And yes, there's still a debate about that, but uh, you know, nobody has a problem as long as if you want to work from home or collaborate virtually. And practically for 2 years, the world functioned digitally. and not physically, right? And that meant that even digital advertising saw a huge change beyond the pandemic. It saw a lot of commerce happening, which has scaled very fast, because of which globally a lot of commerce related media, Amazon ads has become very, very big, which is a huge digital advertising platform. Privacy has become a big thing as well. And in general, if you see the growth of digital advertising over the last many years and over the next 4 years, is growing so fast that it's going to be $1 trillion industry. It's going to double from now, almost double, from 600 billion roughly today to almost $1 trillion in the next 3 to 4 years. This is the global digital advertising market. And the things that are driving it is this whole commerce media, which is the Amazons, Walmarts, in India, it's Flipkarts of the world, as well as the whole ability that today a digital ad can lead to transact, and you can track that whole journey from ad to transact for the customer. What macro trends are leading to this explosion, as well as the explosion of MadTech, which is MarTech plus AdTech. Typically, MarTech is technology platforms which allow you to market to a known customer or your own customer, which is your email, SMS, WhatsApp platforms, or any kind of tool which is allowing you to communicate, like chat tools as well, interpersonal chat tools. Ad tech is all your advertising tech, so your Google ads, Facebook ads, everything is ad tech, right? All of these have exploded in the last 3 years as well. If you see today, Marriott, which is a hotel group, has its own ad platform. Uber, which is a car company, or what you call as you know a taxi company, or whatever, a ride hailing company, has a huge advertising business, Uber, globally. And the same thing is happening in India as well, where Flipkart now has an ads business. Vodafone, which is a telecom company, has an ads business. So ad tech is growing exponentially as well. There are two further trends, which is the rise of data privacy. GDPR, India has also launched a bill called the DPDP bill, which has been okayed by the parliament, and which is actually now in force starting the next 3 months, which means that customers' data cannot be shared without their consent. And the big thing that is very, very popular on the web as well is cookieless, which is basically browsers are going to sunset cookies, and Google is supposed to do that next year, 2024. So this whole big privacy wave is another thing, which is a massive macro trend as far as digital advertising is concerned. And the third, I think it's been talked to death. I'm sure there were many speakers today that spoke about this as well. I was here for the last hour or so. And that is the era of AI, right? This has actually created 5 unique growth problems for marketers. And this is marketing in general, even agency owners, others as well. First is the complexity problem, right? Now, today, if you are running an agency, or and if you want to be like a digital marketing guru, there is a complexity problem. There are so many platforms. There are analytics platforms, there are mobile measurement platforms, there is search, social, programmatic, native, mobile ads. There is data management platforms. There are CDPs. There are DSPs. It's just the world of digital advertising is complex and large. Every platform has its own way of running ads, its own ad units. It is quite intense, and this means that even for marketers who are running big brands, as well as startups or whatever, they don't know where to start, where to begin, where to ace. There is a challenge across learning curve across these platforms. Amazon ads has its own platform. There's also an Amazon programmatic piece which is called Amazon DSP, and all of these coexist. And if you add the MarTech tools on top of this. Let's say your web and app personalization tools, your email marketing tools, your SMS, WhatsApp. The universe is extremely complex. The second problem is addressability problem. Basically, once cookies are completely phased out, and with even with the the privacy norms that are coming in, you need to take consent of the user before you can even reach out to him. And secondly, you need to collect that first party consent and data. So without that first party data is the user actually himself gave you his email, SMS, opted in to be spoken to, or you accepted those first party cookies when you land on any website, when you click accept for cookies, which is sort of a pop-up that you get these days. You are actually sharing or allowing to share your first party data. The reason this is extremely important for those of you who don't understand is today the web works when it comes to walled gardens like Google ads and Facebook ads. It works easily because those guys have their own data. But marketers are very dependent on these two large platforms. There needs to be more data that marketers need to own themselves so that they can understand who are the regular customers who are coming to my e-commerce shop, or who are the regular customers who are coming to my insurance website, whom I can remarket to. And the only way you can now remarket and retarget is by collecting first party data. So this is going to become harder and harder, and it's going to be regulated quite a bit. So this is the second problem, right? The third problem is the transparency problem, right? With so much of complexity of so many platforms, agencies that are working across, there is ad fraud that is there, there's click fraud that is there. There's also a challenge where marketers don't fully understand how much are they paying for impressions or clicks or conversions or so on and so forth, right? The third problem has definitely been there in the industry from the very beginning when it comes to digital. And it's not just transparency of how much you're paying, it's also transparency of metrics, right? Google, Facebook, both have been called out on this, where views, what actually constitutes a video view. Is it just 3 seconds or 30 seconds? A lot of these transparency issues have existed with the digital advertising industry. Then the fourth problem is the attribution problem. Where exactly are my customers coming from? What is their path to sales or conversion? What is their path to brand affinity? What is their path to whatever? Because there are so many platforms and customers are the same across platforms, and these platforms don't talk to each other, having attribution, who has come and which platform should I spend more money on, becomes a huge, massive headache for marketers, right? And finally, AI has just come in, and now you will have an AI specialist as well. But if you looked at digital marketing and advertising, there is a specialist for a specialist. So you have a keyword specialist, you have a SEO specialist, you have a what you call a affiliate marketing specialist, you have a media buying specialist, which creates what we call as a people problem, right? Ultimately, what marketers want to do, or if you talk to a client who's a brand, who's selling shoes, who's selling t-shirts, or let's say he's selling insurance, or he's selling whatever, he's a hotel brand, all they want to do is get business, right? But what they need to do is deal with 5 or 7 or 8 specialists. And even in the agency, if you have your own agency, this problem exists. If you want to get 10 people to coordinate on one goal, it is extremely hard. It's much easier to get one person to, or maximum 2 people, or maybe 3 people to coordinate on one goal. So this is called the people problem, where there is too much knowledge needed to actually successfully scale digital media, given its digital advertising, given its complexity. And that creates a people problem as well. Too many specialists which cannot coordinate with each other as effectively to deliver results for their clients or marketers. And if you see the current solutions in the market are disconnected and siloed as well. If you look at it, all of these ad platforms, attribution tools, customer data platforms, CRM and marketing clouds are disconnected and disjointed, which is basically creating disoriented marketers. Now, in such a scenario, it leads to basically inefficient costs and ineffective results. In fact, if you look at it year on year, the cost per acquisition across industries has been going higher and higher. So coming back to the theme of my presentation, and I'm just going to take 5 more minutes before we close this out, is so what kind of a future do we foresee in such a scenario, and what will solve this? I think there are two parallel things that are happening in the industry right now that's going to help solve these issues of disconnected data and the disparate tools and this disorientation, as well as the siloed marketing, which is leading to inefficient costs and ineffective results for marketers. In my view, it's going to be the first thing that's going to do that is a data platform layer, which is a unification layer. And this is happening across the industry. Just the other day, I was talking to a customer who is spending hundreds and millions, or let's say hundreds and thousands of dollars, almost $1 million+ in creating a unified data lake where all his advertising marketing data sits. Different customers are doing it differently. Some customers are bringing customer data platforms on, but having data in one place that is connected and harmonized is going to be the key to the future of digital advertising. And it is already happening at large brands and smaller brands and different brands. And it's going to become easier and easier to do this as there'll be more and more accessible tools for you to connect all your data dots. So right from your email marketing list to your your advertising custom audiences that you run on Facebook or Google, or your website audiences that come to your current website, connecting them all the way to your WhatsApp marketing list. All of this data, whether you are a B2B business or a B2C business, you will create a unified layer of this data, which will constantly be enriched and ready to be enriched by external data partners. The second thing that will happen along with the unification layer is the AI layer. And this is generative AI, intelligent AI, analytical AI, all of it put together. Generative AI just makes AI accessible. I mean, it does more than that because of the agent architecture that GPT has, right? It can even do tasks for you. So that AI layer is very, very powerful. But this AI layer, once you put this AI layer on top of your unified data layer, now those agents that you have of generative AI, they can not only know which data is available, but they can make faster correlations than any other human being with other data sets across that data pool. Of course, today this is possible in a limited manner because it takes more computing power, it takes more storage space, it takes more tuning and training time to AI layers. But as we move forward and generative AI becomes more advanced, this is going to become more intuitive and almost like how electricity works across the world, right? What this will do, the AI layer is going to be able to automate a lot of things that you and I actually worked on over the last 10-15 years, which is creating ad campaigns, creating the ad sets, creating the banners. All of this is going to become intuitive and what I call as AI enabled, all of it. And it will take from the unification layer. So think of it this way. All the banners that is created by a particular brand or a business is hosted in this unification layer. So the AI layer can dip into it, see what kind of messaging has worked or not worked, and create the most optimized SEO content, the most optimized SEM content. Of course, there'll be a human intervention into this from a strategic standpoint and even from a quality check standpoint. But these two things are going to, in my view, over the next 3 to 5 years, completely transform the way digital advertising works the world over, right? And what kind of impact will it have? So quickly, what you will be able to see as results, and the timeline could be 3 years or 5 years from now, but real-time unified view of your digital marketing spends that helps you eliminate any ad spend wastage. You could have 7 platforms running: Google, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Twitter, or let's say called X now, X, and so on and so forth. You could be having ads running across 8 platforms, but you will still see a real-time unified view, and you'll be able to instantly create an agent which will be an ad optimizer, which will constantly look at this and give you recommendations and even take actions on what to optimize and not to optimize. Which is what is the second slide: AI-led data-driven optimization and automations to save cost. Ability to connect ad data to marketing data to your sales data to provide a full funnel view. You'll be able to see, hey, this customer who came to my website, added white shoes to the add to cart but dropped off, then went and bought this shoe offline, because you would have a centralized database to know which customer is buying where, and you would be able to then remarket to him based on all these different preferences and behavioral patterns, which will again be automated through AI. So I'm going to stop sharing here. There's a lot more that all of this will do in terms of this data layer and AI layer. But within the interest of time, and given that this is a late hour for everybody on this call, I'm going to pause here, and I'm happy to answer any questions. This was to trigger your brains on the possibilities of what AI and data together can do. I'm sure there are going to be 100 more businesses that will be built on top of these two layers as well. I would believe there will be a agency of the future, not an agency, a agency that actually has more AI agents than humans working in it.
Wow. Wow, that's an amazing insight there. AI agency.
Yeah.
That's a good term that I pick up today, that an agency will have a lot of AI agents working together. So, any question for Rajiv here? I would love to take up a question or two before we wrap up the session today. Um, uh, Siddharth Pal says, hats off to your analysis. Are there some examples of unifying layer today, or is it a future thing?
No, there are many examples today. So CDPs do this. The Rebid, the platform that I built, does this as well. We have so our platform brings in all the advertising data from about 15 ad platforms, and also attaches that to the entire customer journey on your web and app. So we track customers on web and app, whatever, and basically builds a full funnel view. And now in the last 1 year, we've spent about more than 500 hours of our team building AI, generative AI layer on top of that. So you can actually ask a chatbot, hey, which was my best performing campaign by sales, by CTR, right? And you get an instant answer. You don't need to see a dashboard. Whatever I'm saying is something that we are working on. So the multi-agent framework, not just me, but I'm sure thousands of entrepreneurs globally are working on it, to build a multi-agent framework who will not only give you answers about your data, but then act on the insights from that data. So like 10 campaigns are not working. How do I optimize it? Agent, give me ideas. Okay, you are suggesting that I lower the bid for this campaign, increase the budget for this campaign, take that action. Then the agent will take that action. This is a future in development today.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Final question, which is probably more on generic side. What should we do as a new marketers in the market? What should we learn and focus to be on the top?
You should learn prompt engineering. The world of tomorrow, like when I started my journey, we learned how to do social updates, how to be viral, right? This was about 10 years ago, 14 years ago. It's still relevant if you know how to be viral. And that's definitely one way to go with your career. You can become an influencer. But this, if you really want to get into have one skill for the future, which is for digital marketing or any industry, it's prompt engineering. How to give the right detailed instructions to get what you want. Because I used to always say, when Google, because I'm from the generation which started using Google, right? We did all our college projects doing Google search. So when I was in college, and even after that, when I started my business, I used to tell everybody, you don't need to know everything, you need to know how to find it, right? I will change that for today's generation. You don't need to know how to create anything, you need to know how to prompt it. So that would be, I would say, this generation, you need to know how to prompt it, right? And there is a ton of content on prompt engineering and how to use it. GPT is like the Google search of, let's say, 15 years ago, right? It has created an industry around it, and now there's GPT, there's Gemini Pro, there's Bard, there is going to be there are Amazon will have its own, and I'm sure Facebook has Llama, Meta has Llama, not Facebook anymore. So there will be at least 10-15 such very powerful AIs across industries. I believe there was an Indian AI just launched by Ola called Krutrim, right, which is in Indian languages. This just happened yesterday. I was watching it.
Wow.
The people who can leverage AI will be smarter, higher paid, ahead in their career than those who won't be able to. That was true for my generation. The people who leverage social media smartly, who leverage digital marketing or digital platforms smartly, were ahead in their careers than others. So that's the way I look at it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rajiv, for sharing your insights.
Pleasure's
People
all mine.
love the session. I personally love the session. And thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure's all mine. Thank you.
All right. So this was amazing. And what an insight from Rajiv. He said he had to learn about social media and content creation to get to where he is today. And from today, if you want to make it big in the industry, you want to stand out, be highly paid, master prompt engineering with the right digital strategies, right? I shared 20 minutes of my insights on prompt engineering. If you guys saw it, now you might relate and you might see how important the training was. And also, as I said, it's something that you have to upskill, you have to learn more. And that is where you will see progress in 2024 and beyond. I have this one amazing saying, which I truly believe in. You can be a lot more if you are willing to learn more. Okay, so just type learn more in the chat. You can be a lot more if you're willing to learn more. And that's something you have to get in your head, that every day you wake up, what is that new thing that you're doing which you've never done it in the past, right? So what is that new thing that you're doing for the first time is something you need to keep you going in this particular field. All right. So yeah, this brings us to the end of the session. I'm really, really glad that 700 of you, like 730 people in this room right now, who've been watching for last 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I want to tell you that you guys are amazing. Massive, massive respect for each one of you. It shows how hungry you are to learn more and get there. Let me know if you guys love the session today, and if you're hungry for learning more, just type that in the chat. Yes, amazing, right? Before I wrap up, I want to give you some instructions. We have the certificate for you for attending this session today, so I'm sharing that in the chat. Just use this particular certificate and get going. Secondly, think about 2024 to master two important skills. One is funnel building. All right, how you can make people take out their credit cards and buy anything from you, right? And the second is prompt engineering. And these are two things that I sort of, and my entire team of Digital Scholar is going to start teaching you from January 6th. So we have dual certification program in digital marketing and AI. If you guys are interested, you will get information regarding this tomorrow, and it's up to you whether you want to make a choice. You want to go ahead and learn more and be part of this 4 months journey that we take, where we take you from zero to make you a hero in this particular field. All right. So get going. And second thing is, a lot of you are asking about the recording. The recording will be available on our YouTube channel, which is at the rate Digital Scholar Institute. Let me share my screen and get you guys the uh, show you the recording as well. So you go to Digital Scholar. You can give us a subscribe button. I mean, okay, you can just subscribe, and also you can just go and check the video section. You will find the first video here. Once I end the session, you will find the first video here already. All right, so that is where you find the recording. Second, a lot of you are saying the link is not opening. Fair enough. If a lot of you are going to click for that particular link, it might crash. So let me give you a direct link as well for the certificate, and you can claim the certificate. And make sure you guys are sharing everywhere, tagging all the speakers from Digital Scholar today, and show your certificate on LinkedIn that you are part of this amazing stuff out here. Okay, so we're going to wait for this particular link to load. What happens is, this is a retarget link I'm using, and when a lot of people click on this consistently, it just breaks. All right, so I'm going to give you the backend link of this, and you can fill the form. Just give me a second here. All right, just give me a minute, and let me help you sort this quickly. Okay, the link has crashed. It always happens. Okay, I got the actual link. Perfect. Now we're good to go. So just give me a second and let me share this with you all quickly, okay? And tell you the instructions on how to get this. All right. Second, the third thing is, if you also want to sign up and want to understand about our dual certification program, want to know more about this, you guys can sign up for the webinar that is happening tomorrow, and you can be part of it. You can get to know more. And also, I'm going to be teaching you a lot of other things in terms of how do you make money online. Okay. How many of you are going to be there tomorrow? How many of you are going to be there tomorrow? Let me know in the chat. At 8 p.m. live session for you all. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, host only. I just shifted. So how many of you are going to be there tomorrow? Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. All together. Okay, now I'm sharing the certificate link in the chat. It's a direct link. You can see here, it just takes you to the certification page. You're supposed to give in your name, email, phone number, and I mean, not phone number, just name and email, and you'll get the email altogether. If it's still crashing, don't worry. You need to wait for us for an email tomorrow, and I will help you out tomorrow with the link. Sorry about this, guys. When a lot of people, like 400, 500 people, click on a particular link, sometimes they are not equipped to handle that pressure. It just crashes. Okay, so we're gonna send an email out tomorrow, and it then you'll be pretty much sorted. Is that a good deal for everybody? So you guys look out for an email from us tomorrow. We will send you the link for sure. Okay, sounds good. Secondly, thank you so much once again. It was my pleasure to host each one of you. And it's been what a dream to host almost 2,000 of you live, and more than hundreds of people watching us on YouTube as well. So thank you so much. Keep learning. I sincerely wish all the best for each one of you here today. And whatever questions you have, ping me on Instagram. I am at the rate Rishi Jain. All right, signing off. This is Digital Scholar, and on behalf of my entire team, I just again want to pay my gratitude, and also I want to thank my entire team who made this particular session possible. Aditya, Dev, Swati, Nirmal, Manoj, Amira, entire backend team has worked really hard for making this happen. So gratitude to everybody, and take care, everybody. Good night. See you guys tomorrow.